Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy in the waters. Wake up, morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are you doing today? It's going to be an interesting one. I think out here is being real strange. It's real weird out here in the world today. Some weird things going on. And I don't even really know what to think about it at this point. Some things just my mind just get boggled. I just don't really get it and understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is crazy. Like, how is this possible? I just don't really get it and understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is crazy. Like, do y'all get it? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a very strange situation. How do y'all feel about it? Do you think she's guilty? Not liking that share button. What up? What up with you? What up, my Gemini brother? Man, this situation is wild. I absolutely cannot understand it, to be honest. I don't understand it. Maybe somebody could help me out. Maybe somebody that is on her side can help me out. I would love to hear the argument and understand the argument while all these ladies are in pink. I want to understand. It's a pet peeve. Well, it's a thing about me that I need to understand. You been tracking this whole case? This case is a wild one. They gave you white fatigue? Man. Ladies, I need to understand. Do y'all support Lindsay? Are y'all wearing pink for Lindsay? I need to know. I need to know. Because this whole thing is, I don't know, maybe me as a father, I feel a little bit more, I feel a little bit more empathy for the children. I don't necessarily have so much empathy I could give towards the mother and the woman in this situation. I just really can't get a grasp of this whole thing of people supporting the human being that took the lives of 3 children, 3 of your own children. That's the part that got me just like, I do not get it. I wasn't prepared for this. You know what I'm saying? Oh, nah, yeah, that's what they doing. They're wearing pink for her. Absolutely. Oh yeah, they are claiming insanity without a doubt. Without a doubt, that's what they're claiming, 100%. And it's a big group. It is a big group of women actually supporting her. Huge group of women actually supporting her and her psychosis. And I wasn't prepared for this. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been watching this Lindsay Clancy trial and there's something about this case that I genuinely was not prepared for. It wasn't the defense, it wasn't only the testimony, it wasn't even the argument about postpartum psychosis. Nah, none of that part. Hey, I get it. It was the public reaction. That's the part that made me, I didn't understand. It's the public reaction because I looked outside this courthouse and I saw a sea of pink. Hundreds of people, mostly women, mothers, signs saying, believe. She needed help. Peace for Lindsay. Hold on. Hold on. We have 3 dead children. Cora was 5. Dawson was 3. Colin was 8 months old. Their mother does not dispute that she killed them. She doesn't dispute it at all. At all. And somehow she has a cheering section. That's the part I want to talk about. The cheering section. Right? And before everybody gets angry, I understand the defense. There is a legitimate legal question before this jury. Right? Was Lindsay Clancy suffering from such severe mental illness that she was incapable under Massachusetts law of being criminally responsible for what she did? That's a courtroom question. Experts, disagree. The defense presented psychiatrists who believe she was psychotic. The prosecution presented experts who say she understood right from wrong. That's what the jury has to decide, right? I'm talking about something different. I'm talking about the culture surrounding this case because there's a difference between postpartum psychosis is real and women desperately need better mental health care, and I support Lindsay. Those aren't necessarily the same statement, right? Because I'm watching all this and I keep thinking, where are the babies? Not physically. Not physically. I'm talking about in the conversation. Where are Cora, Dawson, and Colin, right? Where are they pink shirts? Where is remember Cora, remember Dawson, remember Colin? Because somehow the person everybody can see becomes the center of the story, and 3 people who cannot no longer speak start disappearing from it. That makes me uncomfortable. We can discuss maternal mental health. We should discuss maternal mental health. We can discuss postpartum psychosis. We should. But 3 children dying. Don't lose them inside the advocacy. Now, the main issue that I have with it, right, is it's very difficult for me not to reverse this. It's very difficult for me in my brain not to reverse this. What I mean by reverse this, I know I'm going to get in trouble for this because we're going to perform a little social experiment. Same house, same 3 children, same method, same tragedy. But Lindsay is now, Lindsay is the dad. His name is Leonard. Let's go with it. His name is Leonard now. Leonard, kills his 3 children. Then Leonard attempts to kills himself. Leonard survives. Now imagine Leonard did all that. Now imagine I organize Stand in Peace for Leonard. Imagine I organize the same scenario for Leonard. I put Stand in Peace for Leonard. Not only that, 300 men show up. We all wearing blue. Right? Peace for Leonard. We all wearing blue. Brother, CNN will have a helicopter over us, goddammit. We all live outside Plymouth Superior Court. We are approximately 300 members of what experts describe as an alarming online men's movement. Oh, yeah. We be a movement immediately. We'll be a movement immediately. Nobody would call us concerned fathers raising awareness about men's mental health. Do anybody believe in this situation, I organize a movement, Peace for Leonard, where they say, hey, this is concerns for fathers raising awareness about men's mental health? Hell no. We be a disturbing online community. That's what we'll be. There'll be documentaries already. Imagine men making the TikToks now, right? Now imagine the TikToks. Some dude sitting in his pickup, right? So imagine this, right? Right? It's some dude sitting in his pickup truck, crying, throwing ice, screaming, free Leonard. Because that's what I seen on TikTok. I seen is a group of women on TikTok, they all in their bathroom, throwing ice in their shower, screaming. That's crazy. You know what the comments would say? Do you know the comments would be like, hey, FBI, check his hard drive right away. Right away. They be somehow check on this man's children immediately. If I was in support of Leonard doing this thing in my car, crying, throwing ice, screaming, free Leonard, peace for Leonard, they will have CPS quick, fast, in a hurry, checking on my children. And you know what? I might agree, because I be sitting there thinking, why are you emotionally identifying this strongly with someone who killed 3 children? That's a reasonable question for me. At least for me, it's a reasonable question. But this is where it might get a little complicated. Now here's where I have to challenge my own argument, right? Because equal treatment doesn't necessarily mean we treated men without compassion. Therefore, women shouldn't receive compassion either. Maybe the lesson should be the opposite. Maybe severe mental illness deserves serious consideration regardless of whether the defendant is a man or a woman. Fair? I can accept that. But then let's establish that standard. If a father suffered a documented psychotic break and killed his children while legally incapable of understanding the wrongfulness of his actions, didn't apply the same legal standard, male or female, that's equality, right? What bothers me is when empathy itself becomes gendered. When one person's violence is interrupted or interpreted through monster and another person's through what happened to her. That's kind of crazy to me. Why aren't we asking both questions in both cases? And let me make something very clear. Postpartum psychosis is serious. It's very serious. This isn't she was stressed. This isn't motherhood is hard. This isn't she had a bad day. Like, we're talking about a rare psychiatric emergency that can involve delusion, hallucinations, and profound changes in a person's perception of reality. That's what we're talking about. I don't know what drugs she was on, but I know she was on 12 different medications at the time. At the moment, she was on 12 different situations. So that is also a situation in itself as well. 12 different medications is severe. God damn it, where is the damn? Okay, maybe it's this one. Okay, now I got it together. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies. You know what I mean? And where was I? Oh, the defense. The defense says that's what happened here, right? That she had a perception. Her perception of reality got all twisted up, right? And the prosecution says the evidence doesn't establish that she lacked, criminal responsibility. And that's why we have a trial. So I'm not diagnosing Lindsay from YouTube. I'm not a psychiatrist. Neither are most of y'all. Some of y'all watched 12 TikToks and got a medical degree. We understand. Y'all all doctors. You know what I'm saying? We all went to the same school shop. We get it. I feel that based in Texas, and also based upon all these TikTok doctors, based upon my extensive research. What research? God damn it! Research through 47 of Jessica's TikTok. The hell? That is not John Hopkins. I'm sorry. And social media has created its own trial. That's another thing that's fascinated me. There's the Lindsay Clancy trial, and then there's the TikTok Lindsay Clancy trial. Those are two completely different proceedings. Real courtroom, experts, medical records, cross-examination, rules of evidence. TikTok courtroom, look at her husband's facial expressions at 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Here we go. Pause it. Zoom in. Brother, CSI ain't got nothing on TikTok moms, bro. Nothing. I'm a Gemini too, goddammit, Bubba. Be careful, goddammit. Be careful. You know, they analyze a blink. Did you notice he blinked 3 times when the lawyer said medication? Shit, maybe his eyes was dry, god damn it. People are constructing entire alternate prosecutions from body language and vibes. Chalk, that was crazy as well, Chalk. Chalk, that was crazy to me as well, Chalk. I seen that as well. That is insane. That's right. It was a black woman in Florida. She was acquitted for harming her child due to a COVID psychosis. What the F is going on? And that's dangerous. Empathy can become identification, but I think something deeper is happening with some women watching this case. They're not necessarily looking at Lindsay and seeing Lindsay Clancy. They seeing themselves, God damn it. Let me drink some water to that. That's right. Casey Anthony, she was found now guilty, doing the same damn thing, a psychosis, a COVID psychosis. A COVID psychosis. This is crazy. They remember postpartum depression. They remember not sleeping. They remember anxiety. They remember intrusive thoughts. They remember telling doctors something is wrong with me. They remember feeling dismissed, and suddenly Lindsay becomes a symbol of something they experience. I understand that. That explains the emotional intensity. But here's the danger. Your identification with someone's suffering cannot erase the victims of what they did. Both realities have to fit inside the conversation. I heard versions of that could have been me, and that's powerful, but it's also disturbing. Because if what you mean is I experienced severe postpartum mental illness, and recognize how dangerous and untreated psychiatric emergency can become. I hear you. That's important testimony. But if we moving toward, therefore I cannot tolerate Lindsay being held accountable. Now we cross into something else. Your experience can help explain empathy. It cannot decide somebody else's criminal responsibility. That's what the jury is for. And I keep coming back here. 3 children, 5, 3, 8 months. Those children were entirely dependent on adults for protection. They didn't understand postpartum psychosis. They didn't understand medication. They didn't understand criminal responsibility. They didn't understand any of this. They were babies. And where the conclusion this jury reaches, I don't want the cultural conversations to transfer their deaths into the merely backdrop of somebody else's mental health story. Their lives mattered independently. Now let's seriously examine the gender question. If a father did the same thing to these 3 children and claimed severe psychiatric condition, would the public investigate his mental state? Probably. Would psychiatrists testify? Absolutely. Would the legal insanity standard apply? Yes. Good day to you, Ms. J. But would 300 fathers show up wearing matching shirts supporting him? I have a difficult time imagining that if they did, society would examine those men very differently. That's worth discussing. Not because it proves Lindsay is guilty. It doesn't. It reveals something about how we culturally process male and female violence. When a man does something horrific, our first instinct tends to be, why did he do that? He is the actor, he is responsible, he made the decision. When a woman does something horrific, sometimes, clearly in this case, the conversation becomes, what happened? What happened to her? What caused this? Notice the difference? One person get agency. The other gets explanation. Drink some more water. Now, sometimes explanation is warranted. Mental illness is real. Abuse is real. Coercion is real. But those possibilities should be investigated based on evidence, not automatically assigned based on sex. And fellas, don't misunderstand my argument. Please, don't misunderstand my argument. The answer isn't women receive empathy, therefore let's remove the empathy. That's stupid. You know what I'm saying? That's like discovering your neighbor has health insurance and saying, take his too. No. Get yourself some health insurance. If society is capable of examining whether severe mental illness affected a mother's criminal responsibility, then society should be capable of doing it for the father too, right? That's okay. That's the equality argument. Same evidence, same scrutiny, same legal standards, same humanity. Compassion doesn't require pretending something didn't happen. You can say, I believe Lindsay was profoundly mentally ill, and still say 3 children were killed. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. I'm cooking up, goddammit. Y'all gonna have to start respecting the cook. Y'all gonna have to start respecting the chef. Hit the like and the share. Hit the goddamn super chat. Y'all gonna have to respect the chef. I understand y'all only like to support people that is already heavily supported. Y'all gonna have to learn how to support the local dude as well. I'm the local bar. Y'all hang out with me. I hang out with y'all. I'm speaking with some sense. Support the goddamn show. Thank you so much, ADS. I really appreciate that. ADS with the $5 super sticker. Thank you so much. But Black Men Unfiltered, that might not be true. We just was talking about a case that went down in Florida where a black woman deleted her goddamn child and she got off of COVID psychosis. Can somebody please put her name in the chat? I forgot something, Anthony. She was in Florida, took her child's life, and she got off just the other day because of a COVID psychosis. But back to this. Shout out to ADS. 3 children were killed. You can say the mental health system may have failed this family and still say the 3 children were the ultimate victims. You can advocate for postpartum treatment without, you get it? Without turning a criminal defendant into a celebrity. Those ideas can coexist. We don't need Team Lindsay versus Team Prosecutor. Casey Anthony, thank you so much, Dawn. Casey Anthony. Shit is wild. Shit. Maybe y'all just want to watch the bird. I don't know. Y'all don't really get. It sucks when I be cooking and y'all don't be really crazy. Crazy to me. That should be crazy to me. Y'all all not saying what up to ADS. Like y'all can reply to ADS super chat saying thank you. We appreciate the support. Like y'all could help. Hey, come on. Let's go. Let's get it together. Hit the like, hit the share. I don't know. Hit the like, hit the share, man. Oh, yes, you're right. You're right, Chalk. Her name is Precious. Precious Bland, not Casey Anthony. Right, her name is Precious. Thank you so much, Chalk. Thank you so much, Chalk. Her name is Precious. You are absolutely 100% right. Her name is Precious. Chalk said the full name is Precious Bland. Precious Bland, and she had a COVID psychosis, and she also took her child's life. Crazy story. Maybe I'll just open up the panel for y'all. I'll open it up. Make sure y'all have your goddamn cameras on. Stop acting like y'all can't. Shout out to Kills. Make sure y'all reply to his super chat as well. Hit the like his super chat. Let's go. Let's keep it moving. Respond to a super chat. Tell them thank you for supporting the show, especially if you cannot support the show. It's much appreciated. Let's keep the chat moving and rolling. Let's get more people here. Kills. Mental health is a scam and people are crazy and have a demon spirit. Whoa. That was a heavy super chat. And make sure y'all respond to Kills with your own super chat. Okay. Well, what me and Chalk was talking about was the young lady, the middle-aged woman by the name of Precious Bland. Thank you so much, Chalk. I appreciate that. Precious Bland, who said she had a COVID psychosis, and that is the reason why she got off from taking her own children's life. That shit is crazy to me. That shit is wild to me. You know what I'm saying? That's just wow. I don't know. I don't think that could happen for a man at all. If it was a bunch of men in blue shirts screaming "Free Leonard," "Peace to Leonard," nah, bro. Nah, bro. Because I know for sure I'll be dragging his ass if Leonard did that shit. I'll be cooking Leonard left and motherfucking right. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way at all. And that's what bothers me about some of the imagery too, you know. 300 people dressed in pink. You know what I mean? That bothers me. 300 people dressed in pink. That really bothers me. You on vacation, man?
Oh, hell
Good day.
no. There's the
Yes,
background drop. You already know.
it's a good one. It suits you.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to
Man,
get some
what
vibes
is
going.
your thoughts on these 300 women dressed in pink in support of Lindsay Clancy? What is your thoughts on this, man?
Real thoughts, they need to be arrested too. Baby deleters. Get round them up, put them in the same wagon, put them all in the same truck, take them down to the station, let them protest that.
Mm.
So this is a little bit disturbing because of the details, like you were saying, right? Not only did she have a fully functioning husband in the picture who was supporting her, helping her, loving her, doing everything he could do for his wife and kids, including going to work every day like he's supposed to. But it kind of feels odd to me that she does this when he goes to the store, right? He goes to the
Mm.
store, go get something, come back 30 minutes later, the kids and all this other stuff that's going on. So that poor man's mental health has to be pretty fragile, and he's got to be in a bad place seeing all this. As
Absolutely.
far as far as her, I don't think this trial is rigorously testing her mental state enough with these general questions. They're trying to be soft. No, ask her. This should be treated just like any other deletion case. Get that information, see what's going on and make a determination, right? But at best, I mean, she need to be in the mental hospital at least for 10 years. At best.
So you don't believe she should be in prison?
If it's a mental break, we got to take that into consideration. Her brain broke.
Mm.
So, but right now, to me, the way she's sounding, saying the way she it comes across to me that it truly wasn't that as much as her just, it kind of felt like what she was saying, she just sort of, not to put words in anybody's mouth, but she just wanted, something else, right? I'm just not sure
Mm.
what she was expecting. But whatever it is, we definitely for sure need to have that conversation with her. Hopefully she don't have a GoFundMe out there making millions of dollars, because that is a bad look.
She absolutely have a GoFundMe.
Wow. People put into
I
that,
don't
man.
know if she was the one that set it up. That I don't know. But she absolutely had one.
It's crazy, man. It's like the villains are getting paid nowadays. That's crazy.
I mean, her having a nanny at that? Come on.
That man did everything he possibly could to put her in the best position, right? With those kids, that she wouldn't be overstressed, wouldn't have too much anxiety, you know, that type of stuff, right? She basically had her freedom with the nanny there to do not I wouldn't say what she pleases, but the vast majority of stuff she likes to do. And still she has this, right? That's something else, man. But to take in consideration, I don't think we were ever brought out of COVID properly. I don't think
Mm.
that when people were having these issues during COVID, these mental issues, these breakdowns, they weren't treated because they were unrecognized at the time. We were too busy trying to get the country back online. That a lot of those folks who have those problems were ignored, just outright
Mm.
ignored. You know, what I'm looking to hear in this trial, was there any type of self medication, any type of drugs? Was there any type of
What I do
alcohol?
understand, she was prescribed 12 medications or something of that nature.
Well, medication.
She was on 12 medications somehow.
How? It's 12 different
I don't
medications.
know.
What's wrong with her? Yeah.
I don't know, ADS. I thought that was very strange as well, that she's on 12 different medications. I think it's very interesting on how she attempted to take herself out by cutting her wrist and then
Sheesh.
jumping out the window and taking, and all of it just sounds just. I don't believe it because she knew right from wrong. But my main issue that I have with her is that she knew right from wrong. She don't even deny that she knew right from wrong. Shout out to Sway Producer. It says, good day. LOL. Support. Why women, Sharon? So it's just insane. I get why they would run with this postpartum psychosis. I mean, the lawyer got to do his job. I
Yeah.
don't get all these women in support throwing ice in a bathroom, screaming and yelling and saying that they need help. I
Yeah.
believe her. We need help. That's the part that is like, hey, it's something going on. This is not right. If it was a man group and we all was wearing blue shirts and we was all screaming, hey, free Leonard, peace for Leonard, bruh, I know I'd be on their asses.
Yeah, me too. If if this is my thinking, and this might be a little off, a little awkward to say this, right? But it's almost like they got to do something in this case. If not, this will spread like wildfire. I think that the Casey Anthony case was a one-off that kind of slipped through the cracks because people were perfectly normal back then, right? Like you said, this was before
Mm,
COVID, so people were normal in the head, so they saw it as a tragedy. Nowadays, though, man, especially with TikTok, just social media, people, there are a lot of copycats out there,
mm,
and I wonder what the effect this will be if she walks free on this. How many other women are going to be doing this in quote unquote protests, right?
right.
So that's something to keep an eye on. But we're going to see what they're going to do because at the end of the day, this felt a little staged to me. Okay, so after you do it, now you want to hurt yourself and jump out the window.
And not only that, she revealed one of the psychiatrist revealed that she told the last kid, the son, that oh, you going to God. You knew exactly.
Wow!
That's what he
Wow!
testified. Yeah, he testified said she knew exactly what she was doing because she said you are going to God is what she revealed to the damn psychiatrist.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Ain't
No,
no effing way, bro.
nah, somebody says the psychiatrist should have contacted authorities immediately. He
No,
should
he
have
testified
contacted.
about it.
Yeah, yeah, but he should have
This is
contacted.
after this is after the fact.
Exactly. When someone says that in a therapy session, says something as crazy as I'm going to do harm to someone else, they're supposed to report it to the authorities. It's not at that point becomes
No, no,
not
no.
trust.
He did that. He did this after she was already locked up. So after she
Oh,
did
okay,
everything,
okay,
yeah, she revealed that after.
okay.
Yeah, it was after. So he found that out after. And but the another what's up, Venus? Another person that I blame is like all her support system as well, like her mother,
Yeah.
right? Because her mother also testified that she told her that she has thoughts of harming the children. Ain't no way.
Mm-mm.
Like how did all like at the same time, right? We understand it's not easy that you cannot just take a kid away from a mother, right? Just because she said something like that too. That's
I
not
don't
so
know,
easy
Sharon.
too.
That is the time to intervene when she's talking that way. Because
Mm,
what happens is it snowballs, right? So say it once, and then she'll get comfortable with saying it to the point where she believes it, and then all of a sudden that's how normal, people's minds work, right? Where you get comfortable with something, you believe it, and then if you have
yeah.
an opportunity, then something happens, right?
Mm,
So when people talk that way, people need to intervene and get and see if you love that person, get them some help, but also make sure the
yeah.
authorities are aware of this person is saying things to me that I think that they're implicitly going to harm someone else.
And you know what
Whether
I
or
think,
not, yeah.
ADS, like while we having this discussion, right? Listen, I just want to say this. If you are a man and you living with a woman, you don't have children with her yet, you need to ask her about this case. You need to have an understanding where's her thoughts about this case. I think this
Hmm.
will be a clear sign on if you should have a child with that woman or not, depending on her answer about this case, in my opinion. Like I can't be with no woman that says I got empathy for this woman because being a mother is so difficult, and I understand. Absolutely not. Ain't no
That
understanding this shit.
that's a
You,
third
if
and
you
final.
ain't saying f that lady, and she need to go to jail for the rest of her life, I ain't happy. Hey, I just you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, ain't no way.
To me, that's a question reserved for somebody, saying that you getting, like you said, getting ready to get in a relationship with. You've been dating them for a little bit, things are good, and now you know want to know what their ideologies are, right? Just like women ask me on dates about the manosphere, what do you think about the manosphere? I tell them I think it's trash, but I said that there's still some decent content creators in the space. But I think that the
Mm,
ultimate, saying breakdown, it's especially the last what 2 or 3 years it's been kind of rubbish, right? So I'll tell them
yeah.
that up front. Saying how do you vote? I vote independent. I vote for a candidate, not party. I asked them a lot of questions too. So where do you stand on feminism?
Mm,
Are you about equality or equity? Because if you're about equity, then you're
mm.
about getting my pockets. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's said. When they say they're about equity, I don't get the hell up out of there, man,
That's
because I know they're looking for a check, right? So it's just one of those things. And keep in mind, it's okay to have some small political disagreements. Like I dated a girl
mm,
who was really big on DEI. I have no idea why. She didn't even use it. Saying she had her job for 10 years, didn't need DEI, but she
mm.
was crazy about that program for some odd reason. And saying I ain't count that against her. It's just one program, right? It ain't harming nobody for her to think that, you know. But when it comes to bigger questions, like, saying, where do you stand at in the modern age when it comes to men, right? Are you know what I'm saying, do you think all men are coming to, what I'm saying, are untrustworthy, or what I'm
Mm.
saying, which type of men do you find trustworthy? And in a lot of cases, what you find is what they say back is usually along the lines of a progressive feminist male, right? You know what I'm saying? They're Barack Obama himself said he was a feminist. So you get some guys in these crowds, who saying some girls like that. A lot of girls like that, believe it or not. They like that soft touch with a man, that he believes in their particular cause. Me, I want equality for all. I think that all of us should get the same rights, the same freedoms, what I'm saying, under
Mm.
the law, right? Equality for all.
Absolutely.
But I'm not into equity
Absolutely.
that grants giving advantages to some. Just like we complain
Mm.
about the affirmative action discrimination, what I'm saying, thing that they were saying that they cut that loose for education. You know, I shouldn't have to pay you to like me. So it's a combination of things, right? But
So,
back to the case.
so
Oh,
you
go ahead.
disagree with DEI and affirmative action?
Now, affirmative action itself, to me, perfectly fine. I think that was a travesty. They took that out of the education system at Harvard, right? But DEI, I tend to have a lot of disagreements with. Just saying. But you knew that. You knew
But
that from the start. You knew that last year.
I think DEI is good. I think it just needs to be tweaked as we move through our society. I think the problem is that we leave things alone from 1920, right? Whenever it was brought upon us, we didn't tweak it as the time was moving. That's the issue that I actually have with a lot of these policies, right? Because as we moving up and we get more people and things is changing, mentality is changing, we need to change the policy just a little bit to tweak it to modern times. I think that's the real issue because for some reason DEI became some kind of idea that it means just hire a black person. Well, it was never that. You still had to be
No,
very qualified for
no, no,
whatever
no.
situation you was in. You know what I'm saying?
It was progressives taking advantage of black people. Is what it really was. Offering our women trinkets in return, government jobs, little stuff like that. but ultimately pushing through every other group of people off the platform of our civil rights. It was like them almost trying to give them trinket for compensation, like, oh, you can have this, you can have this little job. Because black women didn't even benefit the most from it. White women, rainbow people did, other groups of people did, but black women, very, very small percentage of them actually benefited from DEI. And black men, it's it's crazy. Unless you've been to prison, jail, or hell,
Right.
wasn't
So, but
working the
that's
system
the
for
thing.
them.
It wasn't about that. I think that's the issue. It was never about just black folks.
Well, stop using our platforms then.
I think that's the
Stop,
main
stop,
issue. I think people
stop
always
using
believed DI was
what
just
we
about
no, no,
black
no.
folks.
Stop using what
It
we
never was
built
just
and
about
giving it
black
away to
people.
others. Our ancestors earned that. My people served in the Civil War down here in Atlanta when they got, you know what I'm saying, into the battle back in, what was it, 19, well, shit, it was 18 something. But my people served in that, right? I got family who actually had to earn their civil rights, had to earn these laws for them and these privileges and things we get in our
Mm.
American entitlement versus a group of people running over here seeing opportunity and vulnerability, you know, saying with the openness and inclusion, or saying we do who in America and just taking advantage of it. I'm not saying everybody's doing it wrong because every people are coming through the gate doing things right, but a lot of folks when they come to us, it's only because they want to use our platforms. They want to use our votes. They don't really want to work with us. They don't want to grow and build with us. They just want to they just want to use us to do their own thing and then say thank you later, right? Thank you. You know what I'm saying? After we not
Mm.
now your vote's insignificant. Thank you. Now we got all your rights and freedoms. You know what I'm saying? We got everything we can get from you. Well, we'll go ahead and put you to the side like we did in Texas, right? Shout out to what's her name? You know what I'm saying? So it's just one of those things, those saying that I recognize as them using us, right? Versus us really gaining any advantage from it. Think about it. Other groups of people, when it comes to especially black men, are very tribal, you know, very, how do you say, distant, you know, and you really don't have a lot of communication or working with them unless they need something from you. Like, first time, you know what I'm saying? I remember, what was it? It was 10, 15 years ago, right? You had this huge segment of white women coming through, you know what I'm saying, one of my old neighborhoods in Roswell. I used to live in Roswell, right? You know, just getting people to sign up to vote, this and that, this and that. And at the time, I found that, oh, that's really cool, right? That these people are volunteering for this. No, 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 no. They're marketing that, right? They're marketing that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
These people like you. Do they? It's just something that
Mm.
goes through my brain, you know what I'm saying, that I think about, right? And I think we need to be more aware of, even if we decide to make, well, you decide, because I vote as an independent for candidate,
Mm-hmm.
do that again.
Mm.
You know, remember, it's
So
us
now,
up there.
so now when we So now when we get back to this, back to the case, that was a nice sidebar discussion. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
But and also, I want to say is, so the 300 women that are in support of this, do you believe, like, what is their mental state in your opinion, right? When you see these 300 women with their own children at this rally as well, and they are in support and saying that they understand Lindsay and that she needs help, and that, I believe Lindsay. What do you gather from that information, seeing all these women in pink, mothers, other mothers, by the way, as a father yourself, can you imagine your girl, your ex-girl, your wife, whatever that situation is
Mm-hmm.
on that goddamn TV screen in pink with the stroller,
Mm-hmm.
with your baby in that stroller,
Mm-hmm.
talking about, I understand Lindsay. What would be your thoughts seeing that
You gonna see
personally,
that
and somebody that could affect you personally?
you gonna see that white guy there pull up in the sidebar and take that baby stroller, put it right in the back seat, get your hands out my damn child, you crazy ass lunatic, what, you batshit crazy ass cat lady, get your hands out my baby. You know what I'm saying? Get away from my child, right? You crazy ass. That's what you gonna hear from me. You know what I'm saying? Get the hell away from my baby. You know what I'm saying? You crazy as hell. But
Peace, y'all.
peace, peace.
Good
Who's
day
that?
to you, Wall Street Willie. Good day.
Oh,
I would
Wall
love
Street,
if
So,
what's
Wall
up,
Street Willie
brother?
could get his camera on as well. That'd be really good. That'd be awesome. Sound like you driving too.
Oh
You
nah,
got that? Can you roll your window up?
they all nutty as a Snickers bar, right? Like, but
Facts.
what I wanted to ask the brother about was to the DEI conversation. So
Okay.
you said we didn't earn DEI, and when I heard that, I kind of wanted you to qualify that. Like, what do you mean we didn't earn it?
Wait. I never said we didn't earn anything because they're using our civil rights platforms, the amendments we worked on and served in the Civil War to actually build their platforms off of. We are far deserving of what we get. We earned our stuff. Our ancestors earned this for us, put this in place for us. They
And
come over
that's
here. No, no,
but
no.
wait,
Let me finish. Oh man, you ain't about to do a bunch of filibuster. I'm gonna drop. Let me finish.
Well, wait, I was talking though. Hold on. I just want to clarify what I was confused about. Because I get your point that you're saying you don't have an issue with affirmative action. All right, cool.
Mm-mm.
But when DEI came up, you said, DEI, and then you very specifically said we hadn't earned it. And that was something that caught my attention. Am I tripping?
You tripping?
Yes, you misunderstood.
All
He
right.
didn't. He never said we as. Yeah, you
Oh,
misunderstood. He didn't say we. He's talking about
Okay.
other people didn't earn it, not us.
exactly.
Okay. All right.
Just
That makes
exactly.
sense.
Just,
Okay,
and this is the
that was
crazy thing
that
that
was
we're
the
not
confusing part.
recognized, right? And I could see if it was a black brown coalition, you know, saying we were all working together to build a better America, our neighborhoods and communities were integrated together, and we were having great conversations and we were building something, right? It's just the opposite. It's a bunch of tribalism, and what they use is our platforms and the laws built on our platforms to basically push their agendas. That's a very spooky
Mm,
situation, right?
mm.
They leverage us to get what they
Yeah,
want.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
Yeah.
They also want you to clarify the part about the government tricking black women by giving them little trinkets.
Little trinket jobs with the government. So they what they do is to secure a lot of and from my this is just from what I see, right? In a lot of cases, but this is where it's a very difficult thing to explain because it focuses in on one of our vulnerabilities, which is the black home and the constant need for resources, right? They know in a lot of these they know
Mm,
black men don't vote in the numbers they should. They know black men do vote in numbers, but not in the numbers they should. But guess who is loyal to their party? Women. Black women
mm,
are extremely loyal to Democrats and progressives.
mm-hmm,
And in return, they get little trinkets. They get government jobs, they get this, they get that. And yeah, they make money doing it, right? Out the
mm-hmm,
taxpayer. I mean, you know, it's victimless
mm-hmm.
money because it is taxpayer money. You talking about, you know, we got 40 trillion in debt. You know, ain't gonna hurt, you know what I'm saying? It don't hurt us, you know, saying that the government runs off was 800 billion. If you got 40 trillion in debt, the 800 billion ain't your biggest concern, right? So they move them in, put them
But
in line, get oh, go ahead.
them getting jobs, I wouldn't call that little trinkets. That's not little.
That's a big deal.
No, no,
That's a
no.
big deal
Because
when we're being denied those positions. Any type of legislation to put us even in a nominal better position in terms of getting those jobs, that's a big deal. And I get it that other people benefit from it, right? But we gain no value from it being taken from us. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So
I see that
that's
point.
Okay. All right, we got a middle ground, so that's good.
Yeah. That
we
makes sense. You know,
definitely
say
do, brother. I thought I was gonna get a chance to crash out, but we definitely reached the middle ground where,
Wall Street
yeah,
Willie,
we're
don't you
making
see the
sense to
palm
each other.
trees in the
So
background,
salute to
brother?
that.
Wall Street Willie, don't you see the palm trees in the background, brother? I'm vibing. You about to
I
crash
ain't
out on
mad at
me?
you, player. I ain't play on, player.
Hey, Wall Street Willie, what do you think will happen? Hold on,
Man, don't
before
ask
I
me
ask you,
about
Wall
them
Street
pink
Willie,
women, man. Don't ask me about them crazy women.
I was gonna ask you about organizing a group of men in blue shirts is what I was gonna ask you about. If
Yeah,
I said, hey, free Leonard,
yeah,
would
you're
you
going to
support my free
jail.
Leonard campaign?
You're going to jail, and you should go to jail. Lock him up. If a bunch of men out here defending, violence against children, like lock him
Yeah.
up. I don't want to hear.
Better yet,
Nah.
lock them all
Hold,
up. Lock them all up. Each and every one. Put them all in the back of that paddy wagon. Get them up out of here.
nah. Hold on 1 second. We got the voice of Venus. Good day to you. I'm pretty sure she got a question for ADS. I think she wants some clarifying situations. Go ahead. Welcome to the show, the voice of Venus. Why the hell ADS just leave? She's gonna be on her best behavior. She just wanted to ask a question or two.
Look at look at the Most High. Won't He do it? Ashana, praise the Father.
The voice of it, she just her client came back in. So ADS, you could come back. I don't know why he took off. Maybe he have a bad. Maybe she. I don't know. Maybe they have a situation that I don't know about. Sometimes there be so many things going on in these situations. I don't know what be happening. But she left ADS.
I almost ran too. I don't blame him. I almost ran too.
Stop.
You know the
But
Debo,
regardless.
music and Friday. You know the Debo
Mm.
music and Friday. That's what I heard when you said Venus coming. I heard, damn, got up on
Shout
40.
out to my girl, Voice of Venus. Hey, look, she be having some. She be having some strong arguments. I like it. That's my baby girl. Sometimes she knocks me upside my head too. It is what it is. You know what I mean, but she always means good, in my opinion. Right? In my opinion, she always mean good for us as people. Her arguments is not really vindictive the way how people try to make it seem to be. She's very
Yeah,
passionate
I
about her
rock with
people.
you.
That's what it is.
But you know what my
Yeah, she's
question
very
is
passionate about her people.
with this whole pink movement, are there any like established groups that are attaching themselves to this? That's what I want to know. Cause now you on the radar.
So, as I'm glad you asked. That's why I said earlier that if I started an organized group for Leonard and we just was outside with blue shirts and saying that we are supporting of fathers that go through mental health issues, they would absolutely call us a movement, right? But no, they are not calling these 300 ladies, over 300 ladies that wore pink shirts with their children and strollers outside the courtroom. They did not call them a movement or organization. So I do find that very
Eh,
interesting.
Is their stance more or less like it was postpartum that was bothering her? Because I listened to maybe one of them speak and she was alluding to postpartum and all of that and how serious it is.
Hmm.
Is that those women's stance? Like this is a postpartum thing?
So what I'm gathering from is like a double sided. The ladies in pink, from what I'm seeing, the things that I did see, they more on the saying that they believe her that she went crazy and that she should not be held criminally. She needs to be like in an institution type of situation, and that and they support her because women be struggling through motherhood and postpartum, and that is the issue that I'm kind of having with it. Like, hey, I think I'm struggling with postpartum and motherhood is very difficult. However, we cannot just excuse the fact that 3 human beings are gone. Absolutely not. I'm sorry. She sent her husband away to the store so she could do what she did. I
Yeah,
cannot excuse
that's
her.
pretty
She knew
premeditated. Yeah.
right. She knew exactly what she was doing, especially after she said she's going to send her kid to God. I cannot excuse that. I cannot have empathy for that.
Yeah.
And I think people got to be careful with giving her the excuse of postpartum psychosis, because I think that is a slippery slope when the person knew exactly what they was doing was wrong. She admitted that what she was doing,
Yeah.
while she was doing it, was wrong. That is an issue. That means she should, in my opinion, be criminally charge.
And that's what's so crazy about those women, because for many of us, like, you're making light of the reality of
Of
postpartum.
the
Because I do think it's real, but I don't think
Oh no,
it's
it's absolutely.
normal. I don't think it's normal or acceptable to make an excuse for going that far. You know what I'm saying? I do think postpartum is
Hey,
real.
listen, I know. Hey, Willie, before I bring Kills into the show, I know a young lady that went through it. You know what she did? She called me up and said she have all these things. I said, bring your kid to my house immediate
Yeah,
and stay away from this kid for as long as you
yeah,
need to. And guess what? She
yeah.
left her brand new 1 week old kid with me.
And the one thing we know is this is definitely not a woman that didn't have those resources, that access. I mean,
What?
if anything, you go to
That's
the store. You leave the baby with the man. You know what I mean? You go to the store. She had
and and,
people
and
she could
that's
have depended
and
on.
that's the Willie, and that's the issue that I have with it. She had what it seems
Yeah.
as resources to
Support.
say, "Hey, I need to step away and fix what's going on up here."
Yeah,
Like
nah,
my
she
homegirl, she
wildin'.
was able to say, "Hey, I got to step away from a little bit," and she needed to call somebody that wasn't going to judge her and say, "Hey, you know what I mean,"
She had the man
and
in the
just take what
house.
she's saying for.
You go out for the day. You go get your feet done or something, like, and tell him, yo,
And
you
and
just need to
and
take
Willie,
care of this
I
baby.
had that baby for like a month.
Yeah.
Brand spanking new. She called and I was like, no. And to your ass right, don't worry. I got her. That's my baby right now. What the fuck you
That's
talking
because you a
about?
old sweetheart ass nigga. You walked around cradling that baby all month. I know you did. Couldn't take that baby from you. I know. I know.
Absolutely not. You know what I mean? So like, no, if you have the resource, hey, absolutely use that resources. So that's why I'm really upset at this lady that have a nanny. That's crazy. Like if you had too many resources to be talking about you went crazy and had a psychosis. You know what I mean? That's just crazy. Welcome to the show, Kills. Good day, Kills. What is your thoughts on this case?
Can you hear me, Sharon?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, yo, salute to the panel, salute to Will, salute to the chat, salute to the playback. Nah, man, I haven't really been watching this case, yo, to be honest with you. I'm just going by your feedback and maybe a clip here or a clip there I may see. But nah, yo, I'm just up here
Mm,
just to give you your crown. I'm up here just to give you your crown when you're around, right? Because you could have took this case and made it about the woman. And I'm glad that you stood on some principles saying that I don't care what she go through. You know what I'm saying? As she have mental issues or mental problems, it's still wrong. And people, we need to
mm.
point that out. And her and what she's going through don't justify her actions of taking out, like you said, three different lives, you know what I'm saying,
Humans.
within this matter,
Mm-hmm.
human lives, you know what I'm saying. So I think people need to give
Yeah.
you your crown, man, because you know what I'm saying, because these people called you, yo, you always be on the women's side and all of that. It is what it is within this space, but you started on business today, yo. So I came up here to salute you, brother. That's all. I just came up here to salute you. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Kills,
Because you could have been
hey,
Black
hey,
Gracie,
Kills.
though. You could have.
Hey, Kels, I received that, you know what I'm saying? I received that, King.
Yes, sir, Ken. You already know, man. So I had to salute you. I just want to rock out with y'all because I don't know too much about this case, yo. And I heard that she was paralyzed as well. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's true or not
Well,
true.
so the paralyzation part happened after she cut her wrist and jumped out the window. So she self-induced that on herself. I'm not sure how long it's going to be if she could recover from it, but she cut her wrist and jumped out the window, and hey, at least she got that, I guess. I don't know. Um, ah, it's just wild,
Yo, this case,
and
Sharon,
and and
and I
that's
also,
and that's
oh,
yeah.
my bad. No, I
And you know,
just wanted
and
to say this too. Why people ain't harp on what you said? Like, I think that's a good question. What you presided when you was like, yo, if you do find yourself in a relationship with a woman or whatever, and if y'all do go over these cases, because we know 9 times out of 10 women are more likely to be in front of the TV and watching cases and watching this and that. I think that'd be a good discussion. Like, how do you see this case? And that'll give you a clear notion to deal with that woman or not. You know what I'm saying? I think that's good. I think, yeah, I like that. I like that, but
yes, Tyrone, she is. I believe they doing the last minute hearing today. Actually, I think they're going to try to close out the case. I believe they did closing arguments yesterday. So you know, I think today we're going to see what's going on. I think today's going to be the last day, and you know, and that's what. But the thing that bothers me the most was the imagery of 300 people dressed in pink. Now, organizers
that's
say this, you know, this was about women mental health, right? Fine, I hear that, right? I hear that. However, but imagery communicates something, right? When you're standing outside the trial of somebody who acknowledges taking 3 children lives, wearing messages of solidarity with her, you know what I'm saying? With her, they are with her. I think people are going to ask, and we should be asking, where is the solidarity with the children? That's not an unfair question. Maybe put 3 ribbons on the shirt. Maybe say maternal mental health matters. Remember Cora, Dawson, and Colin. Now I understand exactly what you advocate, because otherwise the visual can become, you know, like hundreds rally behind women who take their children's lives. That that looks crazy to me, right? And that's difficult for me to process. Very difficult for me to process.
I actually
And
agree with
and
that.
then and then you have Patrick Clancy, right? The husband on Wall Street, Patrick Clancy, right? The father of these children. This man came home and discovered something no parent ever should experience.
Yeah.
That's that's heavy. And even he's spoken, which is crazy to me. He's spoken with extraordinary compassion about Lindsay. Boy, I would.
Nah, but he know his bro was a little crazy. You know what I mean? He know his bro was a little off, right? So to your point about the symbolism, it's coming across like they're saying, well, she had these issues. She should be
Mhm.
reprieved of what she did. I got a problem with that. Now, to what you were
I
saying,
have a serious.
if the imagery is this is the result of not prioritizing the mental health of new mothers, right? Like we don't want to lose these babies. Then I could say, all right,
Right.
I don't have no problem with your message. But if you saying she should get off after this, because granted, she was, full crash out crazy. Like she jumped out the window and she, Stephen Hawking that.
And cut her wrist.
So she was nutty. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna take the nuttiness away from her, but I can't reprieve her for what she did just because she's nutty. Like people gotta, even if your mental health is bad, you gotta take ownership of that. You gotta take responsibility of that. Yeah, I mean, don't
Absolutely.
don't hold on to
We
a
need
child
more
that you have a
likes, more shares. We need more likes and more shares. When I'm cooking,
yes,
y'all
a fact.
supposed to be supporting the cook. Y'all cannot be just only supporting these goddamn famous people. Y'all will like, comment, share all they bullshit. Adrian
y'all are
Broner
messing
drunk,
with
it'd be a
Sharon's mental health, man. Like, listen, be his
absolutely.
support. Be his support. Hit the like button.
If you had Tommy up here, man, and Tommy right now, you know the support would be off the chain. You know what I'm saying? But let
Yeah,
me
if I
stick
was
on
arguing about
because
something that doesn't really, if I was arguing about
right,
something that doesn't really
ain't
matter
no
at the
turn.
moment, but
Right,
it's all good. So hopefully everybody will hit the like button, hit the share button, because that really helps the channel out tremendously. And make sure you hit the super chat or cash app. That also helps the channel out
facts.
tremendously. It shows YouTube that hey, this person is kicking bars. It's alright. It's alright.
Yeah.
Help out the small content creator too. And but with Patrick Clancy, and when he's spoken with extraordinary passion about Lindsay, that was, that matters. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to tell that man how he should feel. I know how I would. He lived this. You know what I'm saying? I didn't. If he chooses forgiveness or compassion, that's his right. And his family has, his family, man, it's difficult for me to see that point of view. But his channel, he channeled this tragedy into advocacy for, I think it was for a better parental mental health, right? And you gotta respect that too, right? But his compassion also doesn't decide the legal question. That's still the jury's responsibility. And and this is where people need to understand the insanity defense, right? The question isn't simply was Lindsay mentally ill. There's substantial evidence she was struggling psychologically.
Look,
The question is much.
you know what I was
Mm,
happy not to see at the protest? I didn't see a bunch of
mm,
dots, right? I didn't see my sisters out there, and I was looking for them with a fine tooth comb. I had the microscope to the TV. I didn't see us out there, and for me, that's a good thing because of how our sisters are dealt with. Like the argument very
mm,
recently was made that a black mother didn't care about her child so much that she used it as a bulletproof vest, right? This is what they think of black
mm,
mothers, right? We'll put our children in
mm,
jeopardy. But now you want me to have all the sympathy in the world for a woman that did it? Nah, I can't do
mm,
it. I
No,
just, I
watch me,
can't.
Willie. You gotta you gotta listen to the verbiage up in these spaces. See, it was the F these children's argument within these spaces. Like that's what we was hearing. So you didn't see it out there, granted. But take your butt on TikTok though. You're gonna see it, brother. You're gonna see different shades of black women, whoever. Now, I mean, I don't want to make this a general word with the argument, agreeing with the lady. You know what I'm saying? It's out there. You just gotta search for it,
Yeah,
brother.
but I'm saying I'm not seeing none wearing pink shirts supporting this. And I'm saying in the
Mm,
context of the moment that we've been in over the last few
right.
months, yeah, when our
okay.
sister lost her baby, you know what I mean? The argument was she don't care about that baby. She don't love that baby. There was no compassion. There were no pink shirts.
It was
I
no
didn't see
pink
no pink
shirts.
shirts.
Okay, I'll give
Man.
y'all that, but that don't still defeat the argument of parenthood with the deletion. So I would stick on that. But for the sake of the argument, y'all got that. For the
You know
sake
what
of
I
the
mean?
argument,
My
I
Nah.
was
argument is with
And
the
so
pink
and so
I,
shirts. I'm like,
and so
where were
my main
y'all?
thing with this case, Willie,
Huh?
my main thing with this case is was she legal? Like, my main thing with this whole situation, right? Especially since it's coming up to the closing part, and was she legally, criminally responsible at the moment she took her children lives?
Hell yeah, she did it.
Be- But the defense says no. The
Do we
prosecution says
have
yes.
medical records saying that she needs to be watched and all of that? Like, sometimes everybody goes crazy after they did something, right?
Well,
My
that's why you hearing competing psychiatrists, Willie. This because you have on the prosecution side, they have their own psychiatrist saying that she knew exactly what she's doing. She knew exactly right from wrong. Shout out to the Cash App. It says support the show. Make sure y'all listen to that. Support the show. Thank you so much, my brother. I really appreciate you. Always holding me down. Thank you so much. So that's the issue, Willie. So the prosecution side have day psychiatrists and also the defense side, which is they have day psychiatrists with competing. Like they have two different diagnoses of this woman. And that's why, hearing about her behavior before and after the killings, right? That's why hearing about planning. That's why, hearing about hallucinations. Every detail matters, right? Because mental illness and legal insanity are not automatically the same. I need people to understand that, Willie.
Yeah, but this is all coming after, is my only issue. Like, I'm not as inclined to give you that, sympathy when you're dealing with all this after. You wasn't crazy the day before. Yeah, you was having hallucinations and all of that in your house. People say all kind of crazy shit to deal with a situation, get out of a situation, but I'm talking about medically. Nah, sis, you was cool yesterday. I can't, nah, I can't take that one.
All right. Welcome
Yeah.
back to the show. Maybe she has a little bit of time. Hold on, Kills. Welcome back, and hopefully she have a little bit of time to get her thoughts out. The voice of Venus. Good day.
Dun,
Hey,
dun,
Maurice. Who
dun,
was that
dun.
guy that
Good day,
left?
sis.
Who was that? Because I can't see the
ADS.
names. Oh, I don't know him.
ADS. Is it? Uh,
Oh.
that's
Well,
Lord ADS. You
sometimes
see him in the chat.
people be no, I've seen that name, but I mean, I never had an interaction that I can
Okay.
recall. Sometimes people know the shit they said about you, and they be worried about it catching up with them when they see you. But anywho, I'm listening to you about the case, right? And I'm feeling like I need to know more now because I had gotten a very different account of like things and her mental state and what happened. So now it's making me feel conflicted because I was like, thinking about the mental health part and the psychosis they mentioned with postpartum because most people don't understand what that is. And now you got me thinking like, damn, it might be a little more clear cut than I thought. So I need to look into it myself. I should do that.
Yeah, man, like this case is so bizarre, Venus, especially because she don't deny doing what she did, and she don't deny that she knew it was wrong, and that's the problem that I have with it. So no
So
matter
what's
if
the
you
trial about?
mentally,
If she's saying she know it was wrong and
but
I
the
did it
trial is
anyway.
about right, but the trial's about still her defense is saying is a mental health issue, and that she couldn't help but do it because she was getting hallucinations and she could not control the voices in her head. She could not tell reality from what was going on. But also she said herself that she understood right from wrong. So, and the fact that she said, I'm going to send you to God, that is absolutely insane to me.
Wow.
That's like premeditated.
That's
That's that and she sent her husband to the store. So it's very difficult me for the things I understand about so far, right? Because I still got to do more deep dive because it's a lengthy understanding of this situation, right? Because I could be getting some things wrong, right? Hopefully, I'm getting everything correct for what I was able to research so far. But everything that I understand at this moment, this is crazy work to me. Absolutely insane. I don't understand it. I can't understand it.
The only
Welcome
part
to
of
the
it that,
show.
oh, my fault.
Welcome to the show. Sway producing. Good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thought?
What's going on? My mic might be a little trash. Let me know and I'll fix it. Um, no, in terms of this lady, I don't know. I'm so glad that this isn't a Sharon Bates show where he over here trying to incite. I'm just playing. I'm just playing Sharon. Sharon's like, hey man, I don't do nothing Beatty. I'm my authentic self. Nah, but ultimately, I think this woman's crazy. I don't think there should be any justification for killing your kids. I think the biggest issue is the way these women are arguing it, and I think that's telling.
Mm,
They're trying to pass it off as some type of buzz condition like postpartum, but based on what I've done my research, with a pregnant wife and postpartum, most of those symptoms that they categorize under that happens within the first month or two, not 8 months down the line. Now, to say she
mm,
wasn't depressed, I couldn't say that, but I don't think it was a postpartum depression. To say that it wasn't
mm,
necessarily some type of medical malpractice, that is something to be questioned as well. But I think
mm,
the arguments that are being made of some type of postpartum psychopathy to the husband did it, to this did it, like everything is just passing off accountability with no real logical sense behind it. It starts to feel like one of these, Me Too, or picking the bear over the man type of situation. Like the women that would
mm.
choose a bear over a man to be in a force, it put in the same position, right? I've asked women in my real life this question like 6 months ago just to see where it went. I would ask them if they were trapped in the woods with a bear, and then if they seen a random man with a gun, would you ask him for help? And 9 out of 10 of them said yes, they would ask that man for some help. That 1 out of 10 wanted to be hard headed and be like, nah, I'd still be trapped in the woods by myself. So like these type of
Mm.
women that have this weird like psychopathy in themselves that are projecting this onto this woman because they all want to feel empathetic for her delusion, crazy trauma that I guess she's dealing with throughout her life, and now she's murdered her kids. They want to feel compassion for it because they felt women have a tough, unfair life. Like you're saying, Sharon, these women, they
Mm.
can come up with any excuse in the world, even when it comes to killing their own kids. Run, man, woman, or child. You don't have to be in a relationship with them. These type of women will set you up for failure, and they will blame you for all their bad
Mm.
doings.
I got a
So can
question
I
for
respond to
Venus.
that?
Venus, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, and I wanted to question, but go ahead. Let me hear your
No,
thoughts
I'll
so
remember.
far.
You probably related. What's your question?
I want to know. It's probably not because I want to know what did you gather from the information that you were seeing versus other things that I'm saying because you're saying like now you got to do even more research. So what was you gathering from this case? I was very curious about that.
I watched a woman content creator who I'm not gonna name, and she was basically I didn't even hear anything about this. So she was getting a rundown on like basically kind of implying that the guy did it and that there was some contradicting statements in his testimony, something about him not claiming to be home, but then they were finding emails being sent uh indicating that he was home, something about moving on to the next relationship really fast, then him being photographed with the woman he's currently with now while he was married. So basically implying that he was cheating. There was just a whole bunch of other stuff that I was hearing. So that's what I
So
said. To be fair, I
basically,
didn't do
he's
my own
always going to be
research. I
the
don't
man.
know. So
Okay, yeah, I'm very interested in that part too. I gotta deep dive into that. So it is a scenario where they're not sure that he has some holes in his testimony and possibly he already has a girlfriend.
yeah, like the woman he's currently with now, they apparently there's some photograph that he was out with her while they were married. While he's
Wow.
married to the one in jail. Yeah, again, this is what I heard. I
Yeah.
don't know any of it's true, but that's what I had. Um,
So
but I wanted to say it's
That's that's
interesting
that's
hearing
wild.
men speak about postpartum and now they think they're the experts on something they didn't know existed 3 days ago. That's hilarious to me. Any
Mm,
man speaking on postpartum should probably just not because they have no idea. And there's nothing that says in a couple
mm.
of months it's just over for you. That's not how that goes.
Even
And I
if
just
we
want to say
agree,
that.
even
Hold on,
if
let her finish, please. Let her finish, please. Go ahead, Venus.
Yeah,
plain
that was
women.
just my point. Like I was listening to Sway give his expertise on postpartum, he would have no way to know. So there's nothing that says it's over in a couple of months, and most men do not
Mm,
know what that is, and most of them did not know what it was prior to this conversation. So yeah, that's crazy.
But
mm.
not most women get
Okay.
that though.
Hold,
Not
hold on, hold
that's
on,
not a
Kills. Hold
most
on. So,
thing.
hold on, Kills. So, Sway, she's saying that I don't know if you want to respond to it from your research about it. So, that's up to you if you
No,
want to respond
I'll
to it
make
or
it quick.
not.
I don't really want to do a back and forth. Venus's opinion is just as valid as mine because she hasn't experienced it herself, nor do most women go through it. So you can make that accusation just because I'm a man, I can't speak about it, but your existence on the situation is just as valid as mine because you haven't gone through it yourself. So I'm not really going to sit here and take your opinion on it.
Yeah, because I haven't, I would never put a time limit, like a couple of months, on something I'm
Yeah, I didn't put
unfamiliar
a
with,
time limit.
is my point.
I didn't put a time limit. It's like saying because I said 2 + 2 = 4 is something I created. I heard this
Well,
from a
wait, brother.
person that researched, a doctor that
Hold on,
researched
Willie.
postpartum, and they said eight
Let him
months
have it.
doesn't track to the general consensus on postpartum. Typically speaking, postpartum is within the first couple months of giving pregnancy, not 8 months down the line. So this isn't something I created. This isn't something I did my own research on. Someone else did the research, and I'm regurgitating the findings that they found.
All right.
And
Yeah,
and
you.
hold on, Willie. Stop jumping into people's conversation.
I
So,
gotta come
but
back again, Sharon.
You had a
okay,
I have to
treatment.
come back again.
okay. So, but also, I've read things about like sometimes postpartum could take up to 2 to 5 years as well in some cases. Have you heard that as well, Sway?
No, but I wouldn't sit here and act like that couldn't ever happen. I just know that that's not majority, and to know that majority of women don't go through postpartum, so it's a very slim chance, and any slim chance can happen. I'm not going to sit here and act like the exceptions to the rule don't exist.
Okay. And also with the postpartum, before I pass it back to Willie, is that also a majority of people that do run through it and they get diagnosed, the ones that actually get diagnosed, they usually had a mental issue before they got pregnant as well. So that is something to consider in that situation as well. Go ahead, Wall Street Willie.
Yeah, I mean, most doctors and studies say typically it lasts for the women that experience it 6 to 8 weeks, right? So that's like about 2, maybe 3 months if it extends. Some like 2 to 5. That's definitely a offshoot. Like that's a anomaly, right? But Venus, I want to
Mm.
ask you.
I don't know.
But Venus, I want to ask you, right? Because her part of the case, I'm not even really thinking about it. Like they could do what they want with her. Like she's paralyzed now, so I don't really see her as a threat to society. I would be with giving her time, but I mean, if they just kept her away from kids, that she can't roll up and Stephen Hawking nobody, all right, cool, right? But my issue was the pink shirts, and my thing is, if their stance is they're concerned with the mental health of women, I can't imagine a woman under more stress mentally, right, than the woman in that Walmart parking lot, that black woman whose child was taken from her by a cop's bullet. I didn't see this group there. They didn't care, nothing, they weren't around. So I just wanted your opinion as a sister that I highly respect, the voice of Debo, right? Like, what's your feelings about that? Like, how different, what's your opinion on this movement when they weren't there for a sister like you? I'm just curious.
She just left too. She probably got.
See?
She
You
had to
see?
get back to work. Hey,
Oh, oh,
you're
Your
long
fault,
winded,
Kels.
sir. But
It's your fault,
she is
Kels.
working at she's working at the same time,
oh,
so that she
oh,
had
boy,
time
no
to so she could come
excuses,
back.
no excuses, Sharon, no excuses for that. Yo, that was
Yeah, no,
like
that's not
that
excuse.
was
That's
like
just
the
what it is.
rope a dope. That was the rope a dope like Ali in the rope a dope. Yo, really, that's like Black Lives Matter, yo. Where they at any other
You
time,
see me out
man?
here shadow boxing God. You see me.
Hey yo, Willie,
I
where
was
they
ready to
at?
106 and park that argument. Like you gotta park them sometimes.
Oh, here you go. Now you think you blind furry. Now you think you blind furry. But I'm on mute, Sharon. I'm
All
on mute.
right, all
But
right,
but
all
nah,
right.
I
Okay,
all
all
jokes
right.
aside though, I ain't throwing no smut on Venus' name. Cause I think if she had the time, she would have gave me a perspective to think about. That's why I took the opportunity to ask her. Like, it's some people
Yeah.
who opinions mean more than others to me. And Venus, she's solid.
Yeah, and this is my message to everybody watching. Don't decide this because you're a mother, right? Don't decide it because you're a father, right? Because I had to do that, take myself up out of here, out of the situation, because because once you have a certain bond with children, like it's difficult to you know, it's very difficult. But I did my best to, right. Don't decide it because you're a man who thinks women get away with everything, right? I think you shouldn't decide it because you're a woman who had postpartum depression, right? You shouldn't do that neither. Don't decide it because you like the prosecutor or because don't decide
Gotta
because
stop you.
TikTok told you, Patrick. Don't do it. Don't decide your opinion because TikTok told you Patrick looks suspicious and he got
I,
a new
I
girlfriend.
was with you on the first one,
Look at the evidence is all I'm saying is that look at the evidence.
but
Right?
wait,
That's what juries are supposed to do because once, I think like once identity determines guilt or innocence, I think justice will be finished. And that's the
I
thing that we got to stop doing. People be picking team pink, team blue way too often in these situations.
but wait, don't go too far. Like the first thing you said, I agreed with. I can't remember what it was, but when you said that women who have experienced postpartum shouldn't view it through their
Decide.
lens from a very objective.
No, no, what I said is they shouldn't decide the verdict because they had postpartum.
I don't know
I
about
don't
that.
think it.
I think
Okay,
if
why
we
not?
if we talking, I think with the case and what they presented, if we're talking about a peer of your, a jury of your peers, right? Yeah, those 12 chicks up there that had postpartum, they probably would have the best opinion on this, in my opinion. That's the only reason I disagree with that. I wouldn't mind all 12 jurors being women that experience postpartum. You know what I mean? Going back to that moment where she was trying to clean up and yo, I just want to choke this kid. You know what I mean? But she came back from that. Right? That would probably be
Oh no, most women, like me and Sway has said, Will, most women don't have postpartum, brother. And maybe Sway, yo, are you still up here? Because you said that you did the
No,
research, blah blah
he's
blah,
not up
whatever the
here.
case may. Or okay, or like you could pull up the stats, bro. Most women don't deal with that. So how you gonna have women who been through that or whatever the case may be, they gonna persuade the freaking outcome of the freaking case,
now
bro.
stop right
That's
there.
persuasion.
Now
That's
stop right there,
persuasion.
right? I'm with you. To the first part, right? Like, yes, we all understand every woman doesn't have postpartum, right? But like
It's
in
one
me
out of like
listening to what
it's
Sharon was saying about a woman who's had postpartum shouldn't be deciding the case, I'm thinking, well, when we looking at these jurors, we're saying, oh, she's disqualified because she had postpartum. Nah, I'm saying, even if I'm the prosecution, because I get what you're saying. You think women that have had postpartum are all gonna hold hands and say, yeah, she's right, free her. Nah, fam. I'm saying me as the prosecutor, sis had real postpartum, right? The baby daddy left her, so it wasn't nobody but her with the kid, right? Her mama lives halfway across America, and she dealt with them 6 to 8 weeks. She's looking at it like, nah, I don't know about what this white broad
So
talking
and
about.
and that's why I'm saying that. But at the same time, that's why you shouldn't decide because just because you was able to get through it, right? That's why you probably shouldn't be the one talking about it because you made it out of it without going through trial, right? So you probably gonna have a clear bias. You're not gonna look at no evidence. You ain't gonna look at nothing. Cause maybe what if the goddamn husband is some goddamn mastermind and I just don't know that part of the story yet? Right? Because this is news to me. I didn't know he had a new girlfriend, and maybe that's why he has so much compassion for his wife or ex-wife or
Nah,
whatever
that's
she
news
is.
to you.
Like
of course, but they
I thought that was very interesting. But now that Venus gave me that information that he possibly already moved on to another girl that he was cheating with from the begin with. Maybe that's why you got so much compassion for her. You don't give it. You know what I'm
Nah,
saying? Like he
that's
wanted to start over. I
that's
don't
very
know.
hold
interesting to
on,
It's
you,
something
Will.
hold
to
on.
it's something to
Everybody get
it's something
No,
to
I'm asking you. That's
it's
very
something to
interesting to you.
explore
Why?
by say that again.
That's very interesting to you. Why? Like we don't know her name. We don't know how they
Right.
met. For all we know, more than likely, right? That might be one of her best friends that's helping him out. Got a whole man at home, but click click, they caught some pictures. Now he got a girlfriend.
Okay, so somebody in the chat said it was a year after the situation. So you know what I mean? But I'm saying, and Voice of Reason said she don't know if it's true neither. But I'm saying we
Oh, a
cannot
year
just
later? Yeah.
right. So if it's a year later, then you know that changes the whole scenario. But what I'm saying is that we cannot dismiss evidence. Is what I'm saying. And I think
Yeah.
when you have a bias, you will dismiss evidence. So if it
Especially if
happened a year
you
later, then a
Hold on.
especially if you did
Why
my
they?
kids dirty, yeah, I'm clapping cheeks after a year. I'm moving on. I'm not thinking about
But
you no
why
more.
are
All
we
right.
making
That's
this
valid.
man?
yeah, yeah.
Why you be spinning this and blaming the man though? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Who
He's
blamed the
not in the
man?
household. I'm just
Who blame?
saying how
Who
people
blame?
is spinning it.
No.
When
So what
Venus
I'm trying
came
to
up
get
here,
no,
she
no. What
said
I'm
she
telling you
hold
is
on.
that no. So this is what this is what keeps getting missed, right? I said I want to examine evidence. So therefore, if I'm going to
Okay,
examine
cool.
evidence, I'm not going to say that he didn't do it just because I like AF women.
But there's
So
no
if he
evidence that he
has
had
Nah,
nothing to do with it.
right, and if it's
No.
no
it's
evidence,
saying
then
that it
a you
played,
know
but y'all
No, I'm
saying
saying
when
the
Venus
evidence
came up
is in
in
the
here. So
court.
look, hold on,
right.
yo. Let me get
Hold on,
mine off.
kills. Hold on. Stop making. Hold on. I do not like when people just make things up. We saying the
I'm
evidence is
not.
in the
I'm just
court,
going by
and
what
Venus
Venus
had
came
brought
up
some,
here and
and
said.
Jesus, and then Venus had gave me some information that is worthy of looking into, is what I'm
Okay,
saying. And when you
cool.
are
But we
biased,
all
when you are biased, you don't. When you are biased, you tend to not look into new information and new evidence. But according to the chat, they are saying that, hey, no, this happened after the situation, so that would clear him. But we still have to look into the information so we can say, hey, no, this evidence is not worthy of to
Now,
discuss, right?
now,
Because
Sharon,
the
right?
timeline don't match up.
In
that's
discovery, I can understand that. I completely understand that in discovery.
Yeah,
We hit the
right,
closing
correct.
arguments. This trial is over. Like
True
they
that.
presented all evidence. So I'm saying let's just go off that. And what we know off that is we know what we know. We know what she did. Ain't no
So
question.
far, yeah.
Yeah.
But what I'm
So
saying is that I didn't read the whole transcript, right? So I could be missing some things. Is all I'm saying. So you know, and that's what I'm saying. We shouldn't decide it strictly off of our bias. We should just look at strictly the evidence of what we got, because that's the only thing we can do, right? and,
why we
and
can't
and
got the
move from
physical
forward with
evidence
that.
of it of what she did though. Why we always gotta go to the other evidence of the man though? That's what I'm providing.
Because that's the reason why is
Why?
because that's called not being. Because I'm gonna tell you why. Because that means that you are not being biased. That you are going by the evidence. You have to look at all people. I'm not gonna believe and I'm not gonna disbelieve. I'm gonna believe what I could gather the information about. Strictly and plain, simple and plain. Nothing more nor less. I don't give a damn who did it. If the evidence point to that person needs to go to jail. Whoever it points to.
Okay,
Voice of
cool
Venus is
though.
able to come back. Welcome back.
Oh,
All right, so we in the same boat. Stop thinking that somebody's blaming a man. Nobody's blaming no man. So
yo,
please
man. Hey, yo, go
stop
get
trying to
back
stop trying
basic.
to
You better
steer.
leave me alone this morning.
What I'm
You
saying,
better
stop
leave me
stop trying
alone.
to. What I'm trying to get you to understand. Stop trying to steer the conversation to why we are blaming the man when no man's being blamed.
hold on,
All right.
Sharon. Now, if
Welcome back.
you're
Welcome
if you
back. Welcome back. Me
That's her
saying check him
Venus
out.
argument. That's her argument.
No, it's not. No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It is not. But you just so harped on somebody blaming somebody, especially a
Yup,
man,
yup,
that you
I
are not
am.
paying attention because your bias is thinking somebody is getting blamed instead of
well,
saying, hey, let's look to see what information we have. And if the information gives him every alibi in the book, then that's what it does.
well, wait now, Sharon. What I'm saying is when we in the closing arguments and everything's documented, even looking at him now, is at least it could be
Yeah.
considered intrusive, like messed up. Why you over here
No.
bothering me and you got the answer to the case?
No, I don't think so. Not
Because
if
that's
we
what
had
lawyers
information that
do.
could.
Like if my
Yeah.
job is to make sure is to prove Sharon is safe, I'm gonna exhaust every option, like to prove that he's innocent.
Right.
That's my job. What do you like? What do you want a lawyer to not do that? That's what lawyers do when they work for you.
No, I would want a lawyer to do that in discovery if it was valid. What I'm saying is, for us,
What?
2026, what is it? Wisdom, power, refinement. What's today? The 6th, 26th? I don't know. Yo, listen.
Listen,
I'm saying,
all I'm saying, Willie, I just need you to receive all the information through all your chakras. All right, that's all I'm saying.
wait, wait,
That's
wait,
it. Just
wait.
just receive that we're not against. Just understand. Just receive all the information that we're not against you,
I
King.
overstand you, God. Peace to Yada and the
All
dead
right.
homies. Peace to Yada and the dead homies. Chill. But wait, I'm gonna try to illustrate my good brother Rochester's
What was
arguments
your question, real quick,
a bit
Willie? Because
more
I didn't hear it, but I
articulately,
heard you
right?
say something.
So to be
Willie,
at the
Willie, hold
closing
on.
of the
Willie,
case.
hold on. Willie, Wall Street Willie.
Yeah.
She said she hears she don't have that much time. If you remember your question, she's willing to answer. Is what she said.
You were saying something before I left. I
Sharon,
didn't
look at the back
Oh, about
chat.
the pink shirts.
Look at the back chat,
Um,
Hold
Sharon.
on,
I
Kills.
want I wanted
I
your
got you.
opinion on the pink shirts, right? If the pink shirts are standing on that women's mental health is so important, why did we not see them anywhere around the sister that lost her child in the Walmart parking lot to a cop's gun? I would argue that that woman is probably at the most risk of being at a bad place mentally, right? But we don't see them. But now there's this pink shirt movement for a woman who literally, going off of the court evidence, did her kids dirty. I just wanted your opinion on that group, this whole wave we've been seeing, and get it through the lens of a black woman. Habara Ghani, my sister queen.
Yeah, that wouldn't even be something I would think about as a black woman. I'm not delusional enough to expect white women to be supporting black women losing her child. When have they ever done it? So I don't know why you're thinking about that because black women know better. We don't expect that. That's why that's not even a conversation.
So
Now,
you would
what
never
white
be
women
down
are
with the pink
doing,
shirts.
what the white women are doing with each other, have nothing to do with me. Honestly, I don't conflate the two. I understand like culturally, you're very different people. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have any thoughts about that. I wouldn't be like, where are the white women? That's never something that's ever gonna come out of my mouth at all in my life. Not happening. We don't expect that. Really.
Nah, and I get that and I respect that, right? But for me, I'm looking at it through the lens of who are these people? What do they stand on? So there are a lot of white women, black women in places that intersect, right? None more than the Beehive. They all love Queen Beyonce, right? But I'm saying if you dealing with like, because I'm trying to figure out if I could just share who's representing them. Like, who are they? Are they Democrats or Republicans? That's like I'm simple, right? And I just want to take something from the situation and know what I'm dealing with, so I know how I could use it in the conversation later
You would
on.
have to ask a white woman. I'm not the person. I don't know. I'm not out there with a pink shirt. I really can't speak for them. I don't know.
But you
I can't
standing
tell
on
you.
that, the sisters shouldn't rock with that and ain't got nothing to do with that.
Yeah, I'm just like I said. After listening to Sharon, I feel like I need to do more research. I don't know enough to say if
Yeah,
they
it's
deserve
a
the
lot
support
still
or
going
not.
on.
I don't know.
No, I'm just asking you like the pink shirts. You think that's something black women should stay away from or possibly support?
I don't like that you brought black women into the conversation at all because we're not in it. Why are you doing that? You don't see any black women there. Why are you putting
Black
black?
women are
I'm
black women
tired
are the
of
most
people, black
beloved thing in
women
my
being
life.
added. It's
Hold
okay,
on,
but
Will.
you
You're
yourself,
not.
excuse me, hold on.
Hold,
You
y'all gotta
yourself
let her
said,
finish saying what
Chill,
she's saying,
kills.
y'all.
Go ahead.
you yourself, I
She's
heard you say,
long-winded.
Chill, kills,
That's
chill.
okay. It doesn't matter. Let her finish. It
Fair
doesn't matter if she's
conversation.
long-winded or not.
somebody gotta go on mute.
Let
It's
her
causing an
finish
echo now.
her words. You don't like. Oh, I think that's me. But let her finish her statement, please. Go ahead, Venus.
Yeah, I don't like that you're putting black women in shit they don't belong in. Black women are not, you said I went through it with a fine tooth comb. I didn't see no sisters. So then leave us alone. Why are you putting us? You see no black women with pink shirts, then why are you even questioning one about them and putting us in it? Like, leave us alone. We decide what we want to participate in, and we decided we participating in that. That should be that.
Correct. So that last part that you just so eloquently stated is the only reason I had the question. I'm curious, where do my sisters stand on this, right? Because at the end of the day, y'all are women.
Did you see any
There
of them
are,
standing
hold on,
there?
hold on,
If
hold
you
on,
didn't, then you
hold
know where we
on, hold on,
stand.
hold
Not
on,
there.
hold on. I'm saying I don't know if this is a feminist group. I don't know if this is a MAGA group. I don't know if AOC is pulling the strings with George Soros. I don't know. So I'm just interested in the opinion of black women, being that this is primarily a woman's topic, right? I want to know where my sisters lie with this. Are we calling it out like, nah, this ain't us, pack them up? Or are we saying, well, they have feminist ideals that make sense? I was just asking, but I accept your retort, Queen. I was just asking.
Yeah, I don't like it. I think you guys have very like insidious intentions when you do shit like that. Stop connecting black
Oh, see,
women
now you want to make
to
me
I did, let me
insidious.
finish. Let me finish. I want
I
you to finish.
really
Just let her
care.
answer. Don't
Stop
interrupt. It doesn't matter. Just let
connecting
her answer, please.
Stop connecting
Go
black
ahead, baby.
women to things we have nothing to do with. It's getting ridiculous. If the sky turns gray, somehow it's a black woman's issue. Everything is not our damn issue. Leave us alone. If we want to be a part of something, we'll let you know, just like we do any other time. Like there's literally no reason for you to just try to connect that, and that shit is sick. Like I don't like that. Don't do that.
Yeah, now that's crazy.
Okay,
At the end
okay,
of the
that's fair.
day,
That's fair
right?
enough.
Hold
She's
on. Let
saying
me
that we.
respond, please.
What she said.
You
Hold on,
gotta
hold on,
pass the
hold on,
mic,
hold on, because I
Can I
bro.
don't want you to
respond, please?
Pause.
hold on, because y'all keep trying to press something that is not there, right? She's saying that it's not a bunch of black women in solidarity with this case or with this situation. Majority of black women are not even talking about this case or this situation. So stop attempting to add her into the case and try to get something out of it where it's just not there. Is what
But
she is saying. That's
Sharon,
all,
that
Yeah,
and
is
that's
not
fair.
what she said. She
but I'll
could have
say something.
easily
That
said
it.
that, right? And I would have been hanging off the rafters like, yeah, that's what I want to hear. That's not what was said. What was said was, wait until we decide what we want to do, then we'll let you know. No, I look at things through the
All right,
lens of
pause there.
being
Pause there. No,
black
you misheard. Hold
before
on.
even
Pause
being
there.
a
Pause
man.
there. Hold
I'm
on.
black first.
Before you keep crashing out. Before you keep crashing
Come
out, you
on, man.
misunderstood what she said.
No, I didn't
You
misunderstand
misunderstood. She
nothing.
said,
Respond to
"Hold
what I
on.
said.
Hold on.
I
Please.
understood
Hold
what she
on.
said. I
Please.
got it.
Hold on. Just
Good.
listen." She said, when we decide to do something, we will let you know, like how we let you know about everything else that we have an opinion on. She said, we have not pushed our opinion on it. We did not jump into this fight. So why are you trying to lump us into the fight by asking me about something that we are
Yeah,
not
he said
entertaining? That's
pink
what she
shirts.
said.
Those are all white women in them pink shirts. So we ain't got nothing to do with that. You ain't see
It
one
was a
black woman in
mole.
a pink shirt.
I saw a
Yeah,
mole.
but
Well,
It
go
wasn't
find her.
spots. It wasn't freckles of black women. But I saw a
you
mole.
didn't
You know,
say
the
that
one
at
black chip on the
first.
face.
Well, go
You
find her
said
and
you
ask
ain't
her.
see no black woman at first. Will, you said you played the
No, I
video.
said I
You
didn't. I
said
said I
you
didn't
haven't
see.
seen not one black woman there, bro. So
No,
now
that's not
you're
what I
doing
You
said.
see the
something totally
insidious nature
different
I'm talking
from your
about. You see
That's
how they
argument.
start
Now you're
lying,
saying that you
Sharon?
seen
That
a
shit's sick.
mole.
It really is
so wait,
sick.
brother. You're not
Now
20
you're just
minutes
gonna
understanding what
ago,
I
lie.
was
you said
saying.
it
Now you're just
wasn't
gonna lie.
no black
Hold on,
women.
just let me
Hold on
Now
now.
you're
Hold
clarify.
on.
saying it
Hold
The
on
was
now.
a
Hold
Let
black
insidious
me
on.
is
woman.
for a
clarify.
reason.
Hold
Let
on.
me
One at a
clarify.
time.
Man,
One
you
at a time. So
bugging.
hold on.
Let me
Hold
clarify.
on. So all I'm saying is that, hey, when is nothing there to argue, let's not try to force the issue. She answered it clearly that they are not a part of this pink shirt movement or whatever we want to call this situation, and it haven't been a bunch
So
of black women talking about it at all. So she just declined to, like, hey, this really ain't our fight, and it's really that simple, and it's fine.
got
That's
you.
okay.
Got you. And I totally respected that answer. But if I'm able to
And
just
you still want to
diagnose it,
pursue it some more.
no, I just want to make the point I was trying to make 20 minutes ago. That's all. I'm gonna be short,
You made that
right?
point 20 minutes ago.
You did. We understood you.
All right, I get the cue. Good.
Yeah, we understood you. I don't know why
I
you
don't
think that
think
we
you
didn't
did.
understand you.
All right, so tell me what I was thinking. Just
The problem
You
with
want
what's
you
happened
want
with that happened in the past
you
20 minutes and why you feel like you got to regurgitate yourself was because you were speaking in a very passive aggressive dumb goofy manner rather than being direct, rather than saying why don't I see these sisters out there in pink shirts rattling around this black woman the same way the white women are rattling around this white woman. You weren't direct. You were being very passive aggressive and trying to play on the dumb goofy side like you didn't already know the answers to why black woman wasn't out there with these white women in pink shirts, or you sitting there trying to question black women's, I guess, unity amongst themselves and be able to support other black women by questioning why they didn't do the same thing for this other black woman. We can all see the ploy, it's just some people can't properly identify it through words, but we all know what you were doing.
so allow me to retort.
And that's
All right.
coming from the black and the white man. And both sides
So my
agree with me.
retort is
You ain't shit.
no, you bitch ass nigga. That's not where I was coming from at all. Like the reality is when some of these things start, like MAGA for instance, a lot of you goofies, right, weren't a part of that. But as it progressed, right? Yeah, you was all running around with your goofy red hat, right? I'm
Who here
saying
is running around with
she
their red hat? Who here in this live right now you're talking to is a goofy running around with a MAGA red hat in the past 4, 5, 8 years when Trump would have been president?
Definitely
Oh,
not
so
this
now you
channel.
want to
Not
bring, so now you
definitely
want
not
to
this
blame
channel.
men. That's weird. First, you didn't want to blame men. Now you're talking about 300 white women in pink shirts. Now you're going all the way from that to mega, bro. You really don't like men, period, bro. You talking about women don't like
so
men, but you don't like men. Look
I don't know
how you
about all
so
trying to
that.
so
blame
clear
men
pause.
that wasn't
Wait,
even
hold
in
on,
the
hold on,
case.
Rochester, pause. That
They
was
don't
wrong.
have nothing to
That
do
was
with
wrong.
this,
No, I
bro.
don't like
And
men like
you're
that. I
putting them
love
in the
my
Sway,
mix of
brothers.
it.
Sway,
Nah,
you
I
didn't
don't
catch what
like
he
You
said
men.
earlier. He
weird.
mentioned Democrats.
Now you gotta
hold on,
say
hold
He
on,
was trying to
Kills,
pause.
but
make it
don't
a
keep
political
repeating
You
that
gotta
he's
say
been.
conversation
You
because
got.
that's
pause.
all he does.
All right, so
So
let him get a chance to respond. Go ahead.
yeah, it was simple, right? Like things start at one place and become something different. Before a bunch of dickheads was over there, right? It
Can you
started
answer
with a
Sway's
white
question?
movement,
Who on
right?
this
I'm
panel was
seeing the
MAGA?
same
Can you
thing
answer
in
that
this
question, please?
female movement, which is a white movement that could become something different. That's the only reason I asked her the question, right? Because overnight, the same way, the point that Kill seems to not get, MAGA didn't start out with a bunch of black folk, right? It started out with a mole, one spot in the middle of all of that. And then it grew into a bunch of goofies being extremely proud online, right? I'm asking
Yourself
my
included.
sister, I'm
We're
asking my
not
You
sister
talking
are.
her
about that. We're
opinion on
talking
it,
about the
and I'll
case.
land here,
The
and I'll
case.
land here, and I'll land here. You answered it better than anybody, Sharon. Why am I not surprised? But
Wait,
you answered it
Sharon,
perfect.
is he not a
Yo,
black
you don't see
conservative
us over there.
Republican?
We not
Today
with it.
he's not a
She
Republican
didn't
today?
say that.
He
She
not a
didn't say
Republican
that.
today?
Yes.
That's all I'm
Is
Yes,
he
he
saying.
serious
is.
right now? Is he
Well, how
Yes,
about
serious?
he's
Johnny?
dead
Now he's
serious.
I'm
mad at
trying
He's
to
MAGA?
I'm
dead
trying to watch
It's
my
no
blood
way he's
pressure.
mad at MAGA.
We
Yeah,
If
that
went
he was
from
the
turmeric.
this
goofy he
case to
Yeah,
described,
get
MAGA.
that
Like,
good
how do you
turmeric,
spin
man.
it? How you
not the
spin
black
it like
Cause
that, though?
conservative
Kills
who
out
was
here
running
trying to raise
around
my blood
You
pressure
not
and
too
even
doing
fast.
sticking
All right,
on
That's
the
hold on.
why.
subject.
You
Hold on.
think it's
Hold
I'm gonna
on.
let
funny?
Phoenix go ahead,
Hold
bro.
on,
All
Kills. Kills. All right, hold on, Kills. Lower.
Go.
Kills, if you
Let
can
me
just low.
pass the mic to
Kills, if you
Phoenix.
can.
Let me pass the
Hold
mic
on,
to Phoenix.
Kills. Hold on. No, Kills, if you can lower your mic a little bit. It's pretty. It's extremely loud. But Wall Street Willie, are you a Republican?
I am
this is fucking
Are you
seriously,
registered as a
oh my goodness.
Republican?
seriously, right? I am seriously
Mm-hmm.
considering looking for a third party to support. I've always been caught up in the reality of the duopoly, right?
Insidious,
Like you got
like
to
I
pick
said.
left or right if you want to win. And no, to answer the simple
Mm-hmm.
question, no, I ain't no goddamn Republican, right? I am from 129th and 8th Ave in Harlem, right? No, I'm not a Republican, right?
It do sound
But
like you
Okay.
like
All right.
identity politics, though. This whole conversation has been about
It
what
did.
identity politic do you want to side with? Should we be on this? Should we do this? What we doing as an
that's a
identity
great
as
point.
black people and all that. Like you're focused on what identity people are subscribed to and how their movement is going to affect everybody else. And that
That's a
really
great
isn't the
point.
conversation.
I wouldn't even totally disagree with you, but focus may have a different implication to different people. I'm focused on a lot of shit, right? I'm focused on this money more than anything, man. The ABA, I'm the founding member, the Anti-Brokenness Association, right? But yeah,
Willie, can I
identity
say something to
politics,
you?
identity politics play into all of this.
Can I
They
say something to
end up,
Willie?
they end up in the end becoming the main linchpin for people's premises, ideas, arguing, stances, things they're proud of. It typically comes back to identity.
I think identity politics is dumb because it makes you subscribe to a narrative, even if you have to even if you disagree. Like a lot of people just be arguing to argue because they know that it's going to f with their narrative that they're trying to push because they're subscribed to a different identity politics essentially.
I
And
don't disagree
also,
with that.
hold on, Willie. Hold on, Willie. Hold on, Willie. Go ahead, voice of it, and she has something to say to you. Go ahead, voice.
My service is bad. Can you hear me okay? Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
we hear
yes,
you.
You
sister.
good?
Yes,
So
sister
the way
soldier.
Sway came up and addressed you, I really didn't want you to skip past that because I'm getting irritated listening to you. I think the conversation would go a lot better if you would just have a genuine conversation. Like even now, the fact that you can't just say yes or no, I'm a Republican or I'm not. Like you have this way of doing like this word salad where you think you sound smarter than you are, but you don't. You just sound foolish and like you're just doing word salad. Just stop and just say what you mean. Like we would get a lot further, but you just always got this like fake ass presentation of intelligence, which is actually doing the opposite. It's actually showing a lack of intelligence because you don't need to
Mm,
overperform. Just make your point. And it's insulting to us. Like nobody up here is stupid. Sway's not stupid. I'm not stupid. Sharon's not. Nobody's stupid. Like so we know what you're doing. But no, I gotta look in between the left and the right. What is all of that? Just say your point. What the hell? And you are. You try to politicize every conversation. And you think we don't know that you do it, but because I don't know how
You
Democrats and
absolutely do.
Republicans got introduced into these pink shirt white women. It has nothing to do with they could be members of every party. You don't know. So why are you always trying to force a political conversation in every topic?
Because I want to know. And it wasn't forced until I tried to have a logical conversation with you. That's my fault.
you wasn't having,
I'm
you
taking
wasn't being,
accountability.
you wasn't not doing that
Now let
at
me crash
first.
out on
No,
Kill since
no,
you want to
having a,
make the point. But I'm
hold on,
taking
fam,
accountability.
fam, but hold on. Okay, yo, crash out on me, brother. Crash out on me, yo. Lead a black
Yeah, like
queen woman
I'm
alone,
trying
though.
to
I'm act like
understand, Kills,
I'm act like
what you
Umar
don't
Johnson,
understand.
brother.
I'm trying to
All right,
understand what
okay,
you don't
okay.
understand.
All right, so we're gonna end this part of the conversation because now because we going in a circle, right? So it's
Okay, go ahead, go
clear
ahead.
she don't
No,
think
I had
black
a
women
point.
is. Hold on, hold on. It's clear she don't believe black women is involved in the situation. There's no proof of black women being involved in it, so there's no need to make this a MAGA Republican.
Or
We got one
MAGA
black
or
lady in
Trump.
it, and it's gonna turn. It's gonna turn into now. It's gonna be a whole group of black women saying, "Hey, we support Lindsay, and we want to take our children's." No, that's just not
But you seen
what the
how he
situation
slide
is.
that in though. Pause. No diddy. He
Okay,
slid
and
that
now
in.
we
Pause.
addressed it.
And
We
there's a
don't have to
question,
keep on
pause.
addressing it. What I'm saying.
Okay.
We move it. All
You
right.
allow you want
Okay,
to.
so now we're gonna.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we're gonna move forward. Y'all gotta understand how to move forward in conversations. We cannot just get
Let's
stuck
go. Move
in a
forward.
circular
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, like I think
We
everybody got
like
their
things
points
that are in
out.
circles, Sharon. Men like things that's around though. We like things that are
Yo, he's wild. Yo, Kills is
Right.
wild.
So, but to get back to the case, right? So just so I'm just saying, I'm surprised I'm surprised by the extraordinary public support of Lindsay Clancy and the support that she received. And I can understand why some women identify with the mental health aspect of her story,
right.
and I understand why postpartum advocates believe the healthcare system needs reform, all right? And if evidence established that she was legally insane
Hmm.
when these children was taken away, then the law has, mechanisms for that. But I cannot look at hundreds of people rallying behind Lindsay without asking, would we extend the same empathy to a father? And if the answer is no, we need to examine that. At the same time, if our solution to to the double standard is simply treat women accused of horrific act as hmm, as as we treat men, we haven't improved anything.
I
Right?
just don't
And
think. Sorry.
the standard should be evidence is my, you know what I'm saying? Standard should be evidence, responsibility, mental state, equal application of the law, and 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 compassion where compassion is warranted. But throughout
Listen,
all of this, I just need people to remember the names: Cora, Dawson, and Colin, because Lindsay, has lawyers. Lindsay has experts. Lindsay has supporters. Lindsay has hundreds of people wearing pink. Those children don't have voices anymore. So whatever the verdict comes back, whatever you believe about, postpartum psychosis, whatever you believe about Lindsay, don't let three little children become supporting characters in the story of the person who ended their lives. That's the issue that I really have with the whole situation. They should be at the center of this whole situation, in my opinion. And if we're gonna talk about compassion, there ought to be enough compassion in the room for them as well. And that's where I actually stand on this whole situation. Guess what? I know you want to respond on one thing I said. Gap.
Uh, there's a couple things. One, I mean, I agree with you on most of the stuff you said. I don't even think we disagree. I think I'll just make my own points. I think when I hear this case, I don't think Jay Prince was right, but when he said that they support, the other people support, crazy MFers regardless of what they do, and they rally behind them, and he did something with like Derek Chauvin or some dude that like ran over a bunch of people. He went out and supported them. I don't think we should support them. I do think it is a fact that some reason that there are a group out there, people that subscribe to identity politics, that will support someone regardless of what horrendous acts that they do, just because they're a part of the same identity, quote unquote. And then my second point is, I don't think even, I mean, the most grace I can give for a lot of these women that openly support her or argue for this and or in the most irrational ways is that whenever I've actually heard the arguments or talked to girls in my life or women in my life about this situation, they never are actually arguing it from the case, like that, what Lindsay, like all the things that Lindsay went through and did and all that. They typically project their own experience, which is not really the point, because they're never as extreme, and they never say that I'm thinking about deleting my kids. They're like, yeah, I'm not deleting my kids, but postpartum exists, women go through this, women go through that. So they make it a completely different argument. And so I think that's where a lot of the support comes from, not necessarily Lindsay, deleting her children and, she went through all this, whatever. So I don't think they're supporting that. I think they're mainly just trying to use this as an extreme example to talk about postpartum depression, which I don't have a problem with. And then what you said earlier with the husband, he could or could not have done it. I'm agree with that too. There's not enough evidence though for us to sit here and throw a jacket on him. But if the evidence comes out to say he manipulated her, he did some type of weird background stuff or something that proves that he had a big play in this to where she impacted, did these actions, then I don't have a problem locking him up, or deleting him per se.
Maybe I'm from a different era, right? I am, right. I'm from a different era than Sway. Yo, salute to you, brother. But we did agree that postpartum, what I'm saying, it's not a high significant number, right? But I'm from a different era where I watched Snap growing up. I watched Snap on A&E, and we seen this over time again when these type of chicks drove their children's off of a bridge, in a car. They drowned their kids before. Like, this case is really nothing new. It's nothing new under the sun, as people may say. It's nothing new on the sun, right? But the whole thing is, we even heard women say F they children's within the space. We heard it. Now we're seeing. I'm glad that we are seeing 300 women in pink dresses, or well, pink whatever outfits. You know what I'm saying? At the case or whatever, outside of the courthouse, whatever, like that. That's letting you know that these women don't care about children's, bro. In real time, they don't care, bro. And she probably got a GoFundMe of what, a couple of $100,000, maybe $1 million now. Within due time, it's going to reach $1 million. We seen the
Kills.
white woman,
Can
bro.
I ask you a
It's
question?
nothing,
So wait,
man.
hold
Can
up.
he
I'm
name
saying
the
when you
woman
say
in this space
these
that said
women,
F her kids? Because I've never heard any woman in this space. Can who said that?
It was women saying F. It was
it was a
multiple
me.
women say F.
It was a
No,
Oh
me.
my
I'm not talking,
god.
Willie. I'm not talking to you. Can Kills. You said we've heard women in this
Damn, why you
space
gotta
say
say it
F
like
our
It
that?
was
kids.
multiple. I don't know. I
So,
don't
but you
know.
can't
I
name
don't know
one.
all the women.
Okay,
I
you can't name one.
heard. I heard. Okay. Cynthia G. I heard Cynthia G say F. You know what I mean?
F her
Children's and
kids.
whatnot
F
like
her own
that.
kids.
And I
Nah,
heard. And
she
I
didn't say
heard
that.
PhD.
Can,
I don't even
No,
think
can
she
I
Kills,
she
ask
does.
a
never.
She
kills,
have
question?
She
kids?
don't
kills,
even does.
kills. Hold on, y'all. Hold on,
You
kills.
just
Just
the
because somebody
lying for me.
question you
Like
doesn't
that is
mean that they
crazy.
are attacking you. Please
No,
just
she
have a
says she
regular
wanted. She
conversation. Hold
says she
on,
wanted her
just listen to
name,
what I'm
brother.
saying. Listen to what I'm telling you. Listen to what I'm
So I
telling you.
gave her a name, brother.
Just listen to what I'm telling you. Just because somebody question you doesn't mean that you are being attacked. You
I'm a
start,
hype
as soon as
person,
she asks
brother.
you
I'm
one
a hype.
question, you
I'm
start.
hype. I'm hype.
As
You're
soon as
also a
somebody asks you a
grown
question, you
man. That's
start
not an
answering
excuse.
as
You
if
want
you're
So
a
a black
attacked.
therapist?
man can be angry or passionate. Yes, I'm very angry. I'm very
Exactly. So
passionate because this is
but
a
Okay,
hard.
so
hold
you
on,
This
can't
is
hold
a
on,
come
kills,
hard
over
hold
topic.
on,
here
hold
and
on,
not
So
have
I
the
kills,
can't be
conversation. We don't
kills,
have the
passionate
conversation.
on a
kills,
panel.
kills, kills. The emotion needs to be appropriate for the situation. You
How you
cannot just
gonna
use
dictate
anger
that? How
to
can you dictate my passion and my
hold
anger?
on.
How
You
can you
cannot
detain
only
that?
have one. Hold on, please. You cannot just have one color to paint for every conversation.
Oh my
You need more
god.
colors in your crayon
But
box, sir.
Picasso can though. He had different colors. Picasso had different colors.
And the problem
Every
is you don't
artist
have
paint their
enough.
own
The problem is
pictures.
you not having enough. See, like at this moment, how you keep interrupting, that is not
But
the
how you gonna
appropriate
detain
emotion
my
at the
passion?
moment.
But how are you detaining my
I'm
emotions though?
I'm
That's
telling
not
you,
fair.
I'm trying to get you to understand that you need to recognize your emotion and you're using the incorrect one at the
Man, I'm
moment.
not a stoic. I'm not stoic because half of you niggas is not stoic.
I'm not
Half of you
asking
niggas is
again.
bitches. Half of you niggas is bitches to me. Fuck a stoic. And the nigga
Hold
who
on,
made the
please.
turn was gay.
Jesus Christ. What I'm
That was the
Nigga,
telling you
funniest moment
is
nigga,
that
you
what
wasn't doing that same shit
hold on. What I'm trying to get you to understand, you're using stoic in the wrong
I ain't no dog, nigga.
moment.
You do
You're
that to
not
a dog.
Chill,
you're
kills.
not in a place you're not in a place where you need to endure anything. She just asked a question. So you're not enduring any
Man,
pain. That's
listen,
what
man.
stoicism
You
is.
don't want this.
Oh my God. I don't know if you think that makes the show better. I'm not sure. I'm not understanding. But I need you to stop.
You don't want it, bro. You ain't about to contain me, nigga.
I
I
need
ain't
you
no
to
pet.
okay.
So yeah, man.
This
Let
is
me be
this
let me
is
be
crazy.
unequivocally clear, Siobhan. I do not
Yeah.
have a high level of concern about white on white crime, right? Now, with everything on the books, like if she could walk, yeah, lock her up, pack her up, right? But I don't even think she could jump out the window a second time where she is right now. So I'm saying I'm not worried about that. But I'm saying when I'm asking the questions that I don't think people are understanding, I'm trying to build up to is what happens when one of those, when we think about what we actually care about, right? If we forget about this whiteboard for 5 minutes, and then we find out in the midterm, this senator has photos with the pink shirt group that, right? Then we look dumb as hell.
Hmm.
Then the argument is made that we were supporting them. This was the lens that I was asking those questions from. I wasn't even making a statement. I'm still figuring it out live, just like the rest of you goofies, right? But I'm simply asking what this is why it means something to me and to have the conversation about who's this group connected to? What am I gonna hear about later? Right? I know everybody's saying, oh, you trying to make it Republican and Democrat. I'm saying nah. In November, that's what y'all all gonna act like everything was about, right? When these pictures come out, when these different conferences, and oh, they gave the pink shirt white broads $50,000 in an endowment, right? And somebody looking stupid. So I'm just asking the questions. Because again, I
If
don't
reaching
care
was a
what they
person,
do with her.
because
Pack her up with the evidence on file. She needs to, I don't have a problem with you putting her in a corner until nobody can't see her no more. But yeah, it's just a white broad that did what white bros do. I'm concerned about me and mine. So even when I'm looking at this situation, yeah, I'm connecting it back to who gonna get caught with the picture of her. And remember I said it, because it's gonna be a Democrat. I ain't wanna say that. But it's
I
gonna
don't
be
think I
some
ever met
feminist
somebody more full of shit than this
socialist
man
group.
in my life. God damn. Like he will
Just
just say
remember I said
anything to
it.
try
Just
to
put me
make
on the
something make
bus.
sense that don't make no damn sense at all. That was not the point you were making, and you really respectfully did not make a point. So now we got to talk about in the future who may get caught in a picture with somebody with a pink shirt, and
Yeah.
you're just predicting that it's going to be like
Yes.
what?
That's the type of time I'm on. Right?
Nonsense is what you're
I
on.
watched Doodle
Yeah,
Sheets die. Right? Nobody was
I don't know
asking
what
what
that
Doodle
is.
Sheets was.
I don't know what that is.
Um, Andrew Gillum. Right? He was supposed to be the next Barack Obama. Right? He's a smackhead now, making podcasts because we not asking the
Okay,
right questions ahead of time.
what is what?
I know that sounded crazy. Sounded
Anyway,
crazy to me.
Yeah.
address what you were saying earlier about treating men and women differently. And I think in your monologue, you kind of answered your own question. When you mentioned postpartum, it occurs to me that would be the very reason that would be the argument, right? Because that's the one thing that absolutely cannot apply to a man. So, from an attorney's perspective, who's trying to get her off, it would make sense to try to run with something that could only affect a woman. I'm just like objectively looking at like why that would even be used as an argument because it's a decent one.
Yeah, I don't know. Pack her up. From what I've seen of the evidence, like I'm not involving no man, no crickets, no organizations, no drones. Like pack up. I'm saying I'm not
Oh, but
concerned
Sharon,
about this
I wanted
white
to
broad
say,
like that. When I look at the attention that it has
all
in
right,
my community,
why do
I
you
have
keep
to talk
saying the
about it.
same thing over and over? We heard you say that already, though.
All right. Peace to the gods. Because the chat was talking crazy.
Cause you just like to hear yourself. You just be saying anything.
Nah, I've never said nothing I don't mean. I ain't that kind of a troll.
Anyway, Sharon, I was gonna say, why do why do people think women are supporting her the way they are? My theory is that postpartum does have certain effects on women that isn't discussed or acknowledged enough, and that's why they're going out of their way to show. Because think about it, like they're rallying behind a person who might have potentially deleted her own kids. So I'm just trying to think logically, like why would women be willing to look past that to show some support to the postpartum slash her mental state? Like what message are they trying to convey about like the mental state that they're in when they're postpartum? Does that need to be a bigger deal than it has been?
I think that's what they want to represent, and that's why I'm very concerned about the imagery and that it's not being communicated properly exactly why they wearing the pink shirts. What is it that they actually supporting? Because if you just supporting the idea that postpartum needs to be a little bit more of a normal thing that people give help to women, because most likely before this case, a lot of women that was going through postpartum, people didn't believe this woman. They just like, yeah, whatever. And I think that's why they are having a chant of believe her. I believe her. Because a lot of women get swept to the side and like, hey, you just a mother, just deal with it. And but it's people that's out there, there's women that's out there that go through a real trauma with dealing with their own child, and that got to play a mental part on your health, right? Like, first of all, you're supposed to love your kid, but you going through this hormone situation where you don't even like your damn kid. And so now that's going to keep you in a cycle of in depression because he's like, why am I feeling this way about my own kid? And then now you don't want to do certain things. So, and a lot of people just do not believe women when they say, hey, I'm depressed. A lot of people don't even believe in depression at all. And so that's what they should be focusing on and not focus on Lindsay talking about free her. They should be just having the argument about postpartum and keep the conversation on that, not about actually Lindsay herself. I think that's where they fell in at.
You brought it full circle. Because I was about to crash, but you brought it full circle in the end. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I think
Oh, I do
that's the
want to say
main issue I have with the
something.
imagery. Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Go ahead, baby.
About something Sway said about the identity politics and people supporting people no matter what they do. It made me think of like the Carmelo Anthony case and how black people are kind of divided on like some black people are they're having his back and then some black people like no absolutely throw him under the jail, he's a murderer. And I do think part of why black people have evolved to this place where they're going to support someone like a Carmelo Anthony is because we've seen that we're the only people that are taught to play by the rules. You know what I'm saying? Like any other group, what we see is they get an outpouring of, you could call it a little autistic child the N word in the park and get $1 million, right? And a GoFundMe, right? Like you can do the most inhumane things if you're a part of a certain group and you're going to have support no matter what. So I'm kind of with the black
Facts.
people on this new wave that they're on where it's like, well, we're gonna ride for ours too. We're not gonna be the only people trying to be righteous and play by the rules in a game that's rigged and nobody's playing by the rules.
I'm down. I'm
All right,
100%
so
down
send
with
me a
that.
cash app. Send me a super chat. Peasy ain't going. Yeah, now you quiet. Shout out to PZ and Go with the with the $10 super sticker, and also the health care system failed on this one too, because I believe she was trying to self-admit herself, and they said they let her ass out and say ain't nothing wrong with your ass, get the hell out of here. And that's the bigger thing I think Venus is wanting to know the question to, right? They are saying that they believe her, meaning that they should have, when she self-admitted her goddamn self, they should have kept her ass in there until she actually got right and believed that she had an issue. But they let her ass out and put her on some medications and act like it's okay for her to be home. And clearly, they failed because she was not safe to be around her own children, no less the population.
Bracy 81?
And now that the you know,
Huh?
yes,
All right.
Uh-oh, I gotta
yes.
do more research. They in the chat saying Carmelo Anthony had a hatred for black women. Whoa, is this true? You know anything about that, Shalom?
No, I haven't heard about it. This is my first time hearing about it too. So we got to look into that, see what he said.
I
Can't
don't
hear
even
you.
I don't even want to hear about it because at that point, what do we do about face on our argument
Woo,
that this was a
Sharon, I
good
can't hear you if
kid?
you're talking. You're on mute.
you can't hear me at all?
You're not on
Walter,
mute. It's
really, can
something
you
with
hear me?
StreamYard. I can
Tight
hear
ass
you.
t-shirt. Yo,
StreamYard
fix your
is
mic.
trippy.
Yeah,
She gonna have to come in and out.
yeah.
Yeah, your t-shirt
Shout
too
out to
tight.
the Cash App. It says,
That's right. That's right. Nah, I
but
mean, I
yeah. So
thought,
I mean,
I thought, yo,
if it
real quick,
is
Bracy,
if
before
it is
kills
true
come
that
back,
Carmelo is saying something, say that again.
before kills come back, real quick, like I was genuinely asking that from an honest perspective, because we started talking about the effects of all of these groups later on. So I was just the only point of even thinking about for me is this group. Like when it comes to her and her case, pack her up. Like I'm not making it this whole, you know, postpartum thing, and I'm not making all these excuses. I'm seeing her sending her husband away. Where even if she was going through postpartum, she could have said, "Yo, let me get away from the babies," right? If she's logical enough to know that what she was doing was wrong. Like I'm not making no case for her. The only like thing that matters to me is this weird ass group that I'm seeing outside. But back to Mello, man.
I just
Yeah.
don't think women are arguing what the justification of this woman deleting her children. Like I said, they're in support, so it feels like that's their argument. But when you actually have the conversation or hear the points they make, it's all about bringing awareness to an experience that they have post pregnancy. They won't really make points about her deleting the kids or her having 12 drugs. They typically want they don't want this situation to be a reason to dismiss the idea that postpartum exists. That
So
is the underlining like premise that I garner from like I talked to like seven different women about this, and
now
generally
look, bro,
speaking,
I can respect
their
that, but
underlining
once
thing
you
is they
get to
don't
the
want
point,
postpartum to
wait,
feel like it's a make
look,
believe
bro,
experience that women are just making up to justify quote unquote bad behavior
I
or
get
not
your
that.
point.
It
Real
could
quick.
or could
I'm
not be
quick. Ask my
is the
wife.
point.
I'm quick. Like the only thing is when you get to the
Jesus,
point
Willie, you
of
gotta let
them
people finish. It
advocating
doesn't matter.
for
Hold on,
her.
Willie. You gotta let people finish. Just because you got it doesn't mean other people didn't want
You
to hear him
right,
finish.
God.
Please
You
stop
right.
doing
I'm
that.
working on me.
Go
I'm
ahead.
recalibrating.
Go
I'm
ahead, Willie.
recalibrating.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm saying my only
Go
thing
ahead.
is all of that sounds good until you get to the crossroads of the fact that they are advocating for her to be released. That you can't skip around that.
No,
You
like
know,
I
it's
said, most women, like I said, if you were to talk to the general woman that's not the 300 women that's there, or they didn't donate no money to her GoFundMe, because I don't think most women that has a thought on this donated or showed up, but they do have an opinion because it's centered around postpartum, and that is what they want to focus on. That women go through an experience, and it shouldn't just be null and void. And this woman, she could or could not have is what they kind of want to say. They don't want to say, well, no, she didn't go through it. They don't make no sense. No, she could have, but we're not going to sit here and just throw the baby out with the bathwater and act like she couldn't also be making it up to get away, with killing her kids for whatever reason. Those are the two arguments that, like, mainly they just want us to believe that it's a real experience that women can have, and us not to be so dismissive about it, and to care and take, thought when you're having a baby with a woman after that.
so look, right? If I'm being honest, that's probably my biggest problem with it, right? Because many of us recognize this, right? To attach that to this horror movie of a scene, right? Nah, I don't, even if it does play a part, I don't think structurally this is the case to say, oh, postpartum is real. Because if that's the case, then lock them all up, right? Lock them all up. So no, I think it's just being used for whatever purposes it's being used for. Like when I look at a group of people wearing the same t-shirts, I never really associate them with the issue. They trying to do something else. So I know I get all over the place, but I'm geniuses be crazy, right, Sharon?
And so, but so what Sway's saying, it holds some weight because if the husband took all of her symptoms serious and all the 12 medications, right? 12 medications. There's no way I'm leaving my three children with somebody that's on 12 medications, mother or not. When I know she had to go to put herself in there because she thought she was going to harm our children. I'm not leaving you alone with my children as the father because I
So
know you're going
now,
through something, and that's the problem that I think I understand what Sway is putting down. It's like they are picking up on that nobody want to believe the woman about she is going through something severe. And so even with 12 medications, self-afflicted incarceration that nobody wanted to believe she was actually going to it. They sent her home and said, "We don't believe you. Take these medications and go." Peasy ain't going. Or have better training in healthcare system to treat these women properly. Yeah,
Right.
man. It's very true, man. Ain't
So
no way.
so now look, Sharon, I could kind of connect
Mm-hmm.
that to something else, right? Because there's a lot of conversation about, holding the parents of criminal children to task as well. So now, if that becomes the case, right? Like she had all this information known, and we having the conversation of charging the homie because he should have kept that baby out of her hands. I'm not getting in the way of that. Pack him up, right? But then when it comes back to our community, the implications are going to be
Why does
so
she
much
keep trying
different.
to throw this community in? What is
That's all I
wrong
care
with this
about, sis.
man?
It always ties back to me,
No, it does
and
not.
I'm black.
But that's a very self-centered. That's the problem. Everything's not about you. Just like
And you
this
might be right
conversation.
about that,
And
but
so
this
there's a
is a
problem
fairly
in your
pro-black,
mentality.
even though
If you
Sharon
keep
might not
on,
claim it.
you
This
keep
is
on
a
trying to
fairly,
link.
you know what, I'm going to take
You
out
keep on trying
pro-black.
to
I'm going
link
to
the black
say
community to
black
things they're
interested.
not involved in.
Would you say you fit the black
Like
interested
this is
character,
horrible. Stop it.
Sharon?
No, you fit main
The
character
black
syndrome, and you
interested
need to be the
category.
center of attention by any means. So you constantly say
You
stupid
said
shit.
that
That's what's
Okay.
already.
actually happening.
You said that already.
Stop.
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna
they
say it
they saying
again.
Overstressing.
that.
Stop linking black people to this stupid shit. They don't have
I
I
don't
anything to
link
do
think
with
black
it.
people to
in
everything when I'm
in
talking to
SBG
black people.
in SBG. I don't think the B stands for black.
I
So I
link
don't think. I
everything
think
to
when
black
Sharon addresses
people
men,
when
But
I'm
he's addressing
talking
all
to
men.
black
so
people. If it don't
all
have
right,
nothing to do with us, then what are
hold
we
on,
talking
Wolfie
about it
Willie,
for?
because it has something to do with life. But so also they
Right.
saying that she was also a nurse, so that does make it extremely different conversation as well if she was a nurse as well. But let me welcome into the show the conversation with MJ. Good day. How you doing? What's your
Oh
thoughts?
Lord. Oh,
Hey, what's going on, Sharon? Hey, buddy. Um,
Um,
this case is kind of it's interesting. It's very interesting. I know there's a lot of women that are very sympathetic to this lady
mm,
because her stance is that she went through postpartum psychosis, which is kind of like the first time of me hearing it being a psychosis. We have heard of postpartum depression. um it kind of remnants a little bit when we had that 18-year-old I think that 18-year-old young male who went on a killing spree, and he got off for affluenza because he
yeah, that
lived
was
a
crazy.
life of he lived a life of means and never being told no. That's why he that type of conditioning led to him to think that this was acceptable behavior to go on a killing spree, and he got off. And his mom moved him out of the country, and they're somewhere, we don't know where they at. They just dipped once he got out of that. And it just seemed like we are having so many cases that's now popping up where they're coming out with new medical illnesses and terminations
every day.
to excuse away certain things. um my issue is that when I was reading the case, they said that she was explaining to her husband numerous of times that she was feeling differently and something was off with her, and that he did try to make some adjustments to try to help her. They said that he moved his business closer to the home. He got her help, like nannies and things of that sort, to try to help her with the housework and things of that sort. So it's not like he wasn't trying, he just wasn't there, present at all. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't present at all, and it felt like it was on her shoulders. My opinion is only my opinion. I think that she is using this postpartum to get out of the fact that she was spiteful and she was angry that she bought into this traditional wife lifestyle,
And it
and
wasn't what she thought it would be.
she didn't want to deal with all the sacrifices that comes with being a trad wife,
Hmm.
because that's what it kind of seems like to me. These kids were of different ages. You could have gone through postpartum, your first child, second child, third child, yes. But what they explained, what she did, I don't know, is just like, is bizarre to me. Like strangling your children. You
Mm.
strangled your children. You watched the life go out of your children's eyes while they're crying and turning blue in the face. I just want people to picture that. You did that to 3 children. So you
Mm.
telling me after the first one, you didn't think, oh my God. The second one, you didn't think, what the hell is going on? The third one,
Yeah.
it's a lot for me because I'm a mom and I suffered the postpartum. But I never once, and that's just my experience, and that's not going to be any other woman's experiences. Their experiences can be different, but not once did I ever have any form of hatred or anger or anything going against my son. My postpartum wasn't just like, I just didn't feel like myself, right? And I felt like I couldn't catch my breath, or I felt like, I had so many things that I needed to do and I couldn't play catch up, whether if it was like taking care of him, taking care of the household, also making sure living expenses was correct. Like, that's how I felt. I just felt very, very, very overwhelmed to the
Before
point
even
where,
saying take care of yourself.
but like I said,
Yeah.
not every woman is going to have that. There are so many cases that women had postpartum that it did turn into a violent situation to the point where their testosterone levels were so high that they look at their children as, foreign, like they weren't a part of them. And it was a violent kind of situation. But that's just my points on it. Like, I think that she's kind of using the postpartum situation. And I do believe that everybody that is supporting her are understanding that, especially if they're moms, they're understanding, like, yes, there was a point of time where you had to now deal with the type of woman that you are today. When you have a child, you're completely different. You're a completely different human being. You're not the same human being anymore. Your mind is not wired the same way how it was when you were childless. A lot of people do not believe the complete change of your neural system and your hormonal system when you become a mother. But it's just certain things that was pointed out in the cases when I was reviewing it. It seemed like she still had cognitive thought. It wasn't like she was in a full psychosis when it came down
Right.
to everything. And let's be perfectly clear. When you're under a psychosis, you don't know exactly what you're doing. It's not something that's just only pinpoint to one thing. I should see examples of psychosis with your household, how you even looking at money, whether you're eating or not, sleeping or not. Those are other things that that will show that you're going through some type of form of trance or something that is
Mhm.
affecting so many other parts of your life. It just can't just be one specific thing if we're gonna go by the definition of a psychosis, what a psychosis is. So I'll just drop the mic on that.
Mm.
I, it might not
Mm.
necessarily have anything to do with
Mm.
it, but I'm just my own curious. So I would love to know what her screen time was and what she was looking at for the most of the day on her phone and what she was being influenced by if she was on social media. Um, because I don't know. Like kind of like MJ was saying, it does take a level of like nature and nurture in itself that there are experience you're actually going through that coincide with this feeling that you have post. I don't think it's just like something not necessarily magical, like it just pops up, but I do think it goes hand in hand of your own hormones fluctuating out per also your experience in real life. And I would love to know what this woman was being influenced by or her day to day on top of her own hormones balancing out, because
So,
maybe this could be avoided, or maybe we could show signs of what, to not do when you're going through this phase.
so my only question to you would be why? Because on one side, if you're looking at crazy stuff all day, yeah, document all that. He was a crazy, right? But she could have been looking at regular stuff that people post all day, and that could have driven her crazy, right? Like, not feeling like you're doing this, being that, right? You see Sharon on the beaches of Kuala Lumpur province, right? And you get jealous. You get, mentally ill. Like, so, she could have been looking at completely normal stuff, but it just pushed her somewhere else.
I
I'm
feel
not
like you didn't
concerned
hear
with
what I
giving her
said.
that argument, but
He never hears what people say. Shout out to PZ Ain't Going. MJ, hopefully she's listening right now.
no, I did
Do
hear
you
what he
feel
said.
like the healthcare providers prepared you for the mental changes after birth? That's a great question.
And see, I was
They
listening
do
enough to
give
know you read that. You see, I've been listening.
they
He
do
did
give
not read
pamphlets.
that. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Shannon.
Yeah, they do give pamphlets for when if you and they ask you questions and see how you feeling about it. So that is interesting to see if they prepare her for the possibility of postpartum. That is a very good question. Hopefully she heard it and hopefully she can answer that.
I could almost
It's a very
guarantee
good
you she
question.
gonna say no. I could almost guarantee you she gonna say no. 'Cause I just know enough women and heard them speak about their mental state after. I think it's I don't think they know enough about it to prepare people truly. And I know this just from different health issues I've had, like the certain diagnoses and things that people have. Believe it or not, there's not a ton of information about everything. A lot of times, doctors are guessing and shooting in the dark and really not giving you the full scope of things.
I got a question. You think there's any way to identify
Hopefully,
a
she comes back.
woman that's more likely to have postpartum? Because, like Kel said, it ain't every woman, right? Like, I was blessed enough that the mothers of both of my children, like, they was just field hands, you know what I mean? Like, drop the baby out, keep picking cotton, right? Like, they was tough, for tough. But is there a way to see women who this would be likely in?
So
Um,
I think that's the
is
overarching
that's a yes
argument
and no?
is that they
That's a
want.
yes and no.
Sorry, go ahead, Sean. My fault.
Yeah, it's a yes and no because a lot of times they said that people that already have some kind of, if they already have depression, then there's a good chance that they could have postpartum depression. But that's the only way, technically, you could try to
And that
possibly
actually
see
makes
if,
sense. Yeah. If
yeah.
they
So,
going
but
through
it
something
I
doesn't
think there was
mean
an
before,
age
that
baby.
because the
demographic too
person
that was
went
more
through.
likely to have it.
Now that makes sense.
Okay,
If you
that's
going
a
through
strong
something
possibility. We should
before,
look into that
baby.
too. But it doesn't mean because you was depressed once. It doesn't mean because once you was depressed in your life that you are going to have postpartum either. So that's why it's a very
True.
you know nuanced thing.
True.
And I can't remember the number, but there is also a number, the age group that they said experienced it the most. I can't remember what it is, but yeah, that was a thing too,
Oh,
an
that's
indicator.
real interesting piece of information right there. That's really good. We should look into what's the majority age group that actually experience it. That's a very good one too. That's interesting. That's real interesting.
Well, shit. Now I want to
Because
know.
she got an 8 year old, a 5 year old, and an 8 month old. So you know what I mean.
How old is she?
That's a lot. Oh, I don't know
Oh,
her,
it
her
says
age.
18 to 24 is most likely. It's not everyone, but the people who go through it the most are the youngest. It says 18 to 24.
Yeah, that's them post 9/11 babies.
Wow, that's very interesting because a lot of people have that. That's the best time to have. Hey, it ain't.
Mm,
So
I
that's an
see what
interesting
you
stat
doing
right
there,
there.
Sharon. I see where you
That's
going
an
with it.
interesting stat because, yeah, because it puts a different kind of a strain on
Your
what people believe
childbearing
is the right thing to do.
years. Yeah.
Right. All that BS that they be saying, you know what I'm saying? And then they wonder why it's so-called these modern women are going crazy.
I could see your thoughts working. I was like, oh, he gonna run with
Man, that
that.
sounds
He
that's a
like,
very
hold up.
interesting statistic. If it's yeah, that's
Wait,
interesting, man.
there's a few more. So twins, mothers of twins, they say, are very likely to get it.
Mm.
Ages 18 to 24, and new mothers, first time moms. But then they're saying for age over 40 as well. So it sounds like everybody now.
So the safe age is from 25 to 39. 25 to
Maybe less
39 is
likely.
your
Yeah.
best. Yeah, that's what it sounded like. It said, "Wow,
And
very
that actually
interesting
kind of
stat.
makes
That was
sense.
very interesting." And it actually do. I ain't gonna
It
lie.
makes
It
sense.
actually kind of makes a little sense, right? You
Hey,
got a fully
go
developed
figure.
brain
She's a
for a couple of
woman.
years.
Go figure. She's not
Officially, right?
18.
Like she five. You know what I'm saying? She like what 4 years past the full development, and she might have a little bit of experience as well. Man, it's very that's interesting to say the
And
least.
see, listen.
Peas ain't going. Makes sense. The brain, right? Makes sense. The brain isn't fully developed to 25. It does.
Right.
It does kind of make. It does kind of really actually makes some kind of sense. We could be just, being our own PhD doctors ourselves, but it kind of makes sense.
And
I ain't gonna lie.
Sharon, if you dating them,
Well, I was just
Yeah.
Sharon,
giving
if
you
you
what
dating them in
Google
that
gave
age
me.
range and they
I
don't
didn't make that
have
up.
them,
Got
my
two people
fault.
was talking. I'm listening.
I was
No,
saying,
I was just saying
Either one.
everyone do their own research, but I was saying we're not being our own doctors. That was just what I saw on Google.
Yeah,
I was
that's true.
saying
That's
to the
fair.
point that we've just discovered, like when you're dating them within that age range and they don't have one, wee, you better be careful. You better. This is why I dated single
You
mothers,
always
because no
gotta
one
change
wants
the
to have
conversation. He just
another
cannot
baby
help himself.
more than a
Jesus
single mother.
Christ.
So I was safe.
What?
No,
Yo,
so
listen.
when Willie was asking like why do they or what do they why do y'all think? I think that's the overarching like uh not the problem. What's the thing? Argument in a sense, like they want this to be women want this to be more taken seriously. We do more research on it, and
Nah,
it
yo, look,
due
yo,
to
this is what I was
God
saying, Sharon.
damn,
Because I could tell
that
you was.
shit crazy, bro.
Please,
That
Willie.
shit is
Willie, you said you
insane.
work. You
I
said you was
literally
working
talked for
on yourself,
15
Willie. Let
seconds.
the person finish their
No, he
thought,
said Willie think. My
please.
fault. I was like, I'm
But
here.
let
Hi.
them
My fault. You
know.
right. You right. You right.
Regardless, even if you hear your
Baragani.
name,
Or Baragani.
go ahead.
How y'all be
Please
having
stop doing
kids?
that.
Like, how
Go
women
ahead.
be really talking to y'all and being like, I want to have kids? Like, what the fuck?
So I
Go
think
ahead,
that's the
Sway.
overarching thing is that we need to do that. Our society as humans need to do more research on it. I mean, we're gonna say Americans, that's fine. We need to do more research on it so we can have a better understanding behind this. So if it is true that 18 to 24 years old, I would like to understand why. Then us just like guessing why they, have a higher chance. We can actually put something to that. What did they experience, or what it is a hormonal, like you're saying, is the brain development? But in the same breath, 40-year-old women have a similar experience. So what is it? Why is that? And why is it from 25 to 38? They seem to have a better likelihood. So us then rather than just saying it seems to be that these age brackets don't go through the same numbers. I would like to do more research, and that way it can be taken seriously.
All right. So to create the
That's
foundation
fair.
for the research, the women that don't have this issue, the women where you're least likely to see it, that are of a certain age, let's just start with the fact that they're actually women. They grown ass women. They're not children. They're not figuring out life like that. 18 to 24 span. Put yourself back there. You know what I mean? Like you're just not prepared. So the age of 25 and up, yeah, you're much more prepared in today's dichotomy, right? So with the older women though, it's different. You know what I mean? You've experienced a good portion of life without a child, right? And like I said, the ones you got to watch for is the 25, the what was the cap? Because if they don't have a child, they ready to go, right? They a lot of times see all their friends having children, and they see no one loves a woman like her child, right? They
Brain
see these
hurts.
things. They go to the uh, birthday parties and whatnot. So when you get to that upper age, it's kind of completely averse to the life you've built. You haven't had that responsibility until 41. What are you doing? Like you just changed your whole life. It's gonna be complicated.
Nigga Willie will simultaneously ask the question and answer the question at the same
You
time.
like that?
He just
That
wants
shit,
to
Peace,
talk.
God.
I
that
hate
shit
that
is
Peace,
personality
insane.
God.
type.
Yeah, like
Peace.
I don't know
Hey,
why this
Sharon,
happens.
stop
What do y'all
laughing at
think?
me.
And then start trying to lecture us on why this happens.
Well, you can
Wait,
answer
but
it
wait,
next.
I
Go
looked
ahead,
at
God.
something. Can you guys hear me? I'm reading something.
I hear you, Queen. My
Yeah, we can hear
apologies.
you
Okay.
well. We can hear you
It
well.
says, I just said, like, I asked, like, why 18 to 24? It said, mothers 18 to 24 experience the highest rate of postpartum depression due to a combination of social, economic, and developmental challenges unique to early adulthood. Brain maturation, what you guys are saying, it says the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain that manages stress, decisions, and emotions, is still developing. Underdeveloped coping mechanisms. Younger mothers often have fewer life experiences to draw from when handling the severe stress and sleep deprivation of a newborn. Socioeconomic instability. Women in this age group are often early in their careers or still in school. Financial pressure, lower income levels, and unstable employment make the high cost of raising a child heavily stressful. It says weak support systems. Social isolation. Friends of 18 to 24-year-olds are rarely parents themselves, which
Mm,
can leave the new mother feeling isolated from her peer group.
yeah.
Relationship strain. Younger couples face higher rates of relationship instability, and unsupportive partners heavily increase depression risks. Hear that? Unsupportive partners heavily increase depression risks. Um, Lack of preparation
Here
and
she comes.
sudden role transition. The sudden, unexpected shift from independent young adult parent causes an intense psychological stress.
Mm,
So, yeah.
See, and those
mm,
are things that we could assume without doing that to be true. But the fact that there was research done, then we can actually stand on something that this is an experience that this age group of women deal with that we should be aware of when they're going through a certain pregnancy or
Right.
not even dismiss them, right? Because it could also be a 25, 28, 30-year-old woman going through a similar experience as they
True.
do in their life. And so you have to take that into account as a man, woman, or whoever when you're dealing with a pregnant woman or deciding to become pregnant as a woman. Like understand your surroundings because this could lead to you being postpartum, depressed.
Yeah, man, them
mm.
girls
I
is little
like it.
girls. Them girls don't have a good job yet. Like, how many of us are with the person we were with when we were 19? Yeah, relationship problems, all of that. It seemed like the end of the world. You start sounding like Eminem. Like, tears don't fall in the... Right? So it's just a problematic time in terms of development in current society. So it would make sense that if you throw a baby in that mix, man,
Okay. Conversations with MJ. Too peasy. My doctors did not prepare at all, and I was coached by my mother and great aunts. So Voice of Venus was 100% correct.
I'm always right.
Damn.
All I work with is women. I done heard everything that they go through
Mm.
a million times every day, and it's
like,
in my
what?
brain. I can't help it now. I be
Mm.
knowing.
To be knowing, that's that's kind of scary when you think about it too, right? That even all the way up to 2026, that is still not
And
enough
I seen it.
information out there to where women got to put on pink shirts and support a literal murderer
Who are these
to get
broads?
get us as human beings to have a conversation about a postpartum situation. Damn,
Wait,
that's how
wait,
far you
wait.
gotta go.
So wait,
Yeah,
if you're making that argument, you're saying postpartum wasn't recognized before they jumped out the window. Like, nah, we many of
Correct.
us, even my goofy ass, recognizes that postpartum is a real issue for some women. They didn't have
Yeah,
to
but that's not
do
the
this with a psycho killer.
yeah.
They
But
used
the
it.
issue is that you are not the general population. I'm not the general population. Maybe me and you have an
everything
understanding
is
of it,
about
and we
this
have
man.
certain empathy.
Everything. Everything's about Willie.
I am the
Hold on.
general population. We the people. We the peoples. I mean, at a
All
certain
right. So,
point,
uh,
good.
and we heard plenty of men even hit my own panel that said they don't believe in postpartum. They don't believe in depression. So, it is a issue.
But what
It's an
I'm
issue.
saying is attaching it to this isn't gonna help that
Is that
argument with them
that's
goofies.
another issue. But
It actually is going to help. It
that
already,
is
look at the conversations. It is help. It is actually doing what it's supposed to
correct.
do.
Yeah, I think that the biggest issue is that because I've talked, like I think two of them asked this, is that why don't men take this seriously? And they were trying to use this case as an example. We were talking about it, and I told them that the issue is that I personally understand and I can push past it. You are initially talking about this woman, but when you use this as an issue, it's quick to dismiss y'all's plight because it
Mm.
sounds like another
Mm,
thing to dismiss bad behavior. A lot of men think, well, it could be your period or it could be postpartum or it could be this. Like you guys are using postpartum now to justify killing three kids. And when men hear that, they are quick to dismiss it even more based on this example. So I've told them if you ever actually want to have this conversation with any random men or get your point across, I wouldn't use this example per se. Like, be quick to dismiss at least that there's no justification for killing the three kids. If you do that and then kind of move the conversation along to postpartum, typically men will have that. But if you're sitting there trying to empathize or sympathize with this woman's situation and make it make sense with her doing what she did to her kids, typically men are just going to dismiss it. So I was like, don't do that.
And I'm saying,
now that was
I'm not
great.
even worried
That
about
was
the
awesome
men.
right there, by the way. I just want to make sure that that's being said. That was a great explanation for anybody that wants to have this conversation, and make sure you separate the case from postpartum, because those are
Right.
it should be treated differently.
You know what
And
I like that Sway said? What if like once you know you and the person you're with are trying to work on a baby, looking into some of these things prior, like not trying to manage a
Mm,
crisis in the middle of a
that's
crisis.
my argument.
bar. That's yeah.
Because
Find
to
out
what
some
he
kind of medical
said,
situation. Absolutely.
because to what he said about the men who dismiss it, if I'm being honest, in this goofy world we live in 2026, I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about the men that's gonna start claiming post-child support syndrome disorder. I was crazy.
Psychosis.
I went in the house and I bugged out on everybody. I couldn't take it. Right? Like these are the things that I'm careful about when I project certain
Mm.
arguments.
Postpartum is linked to hormonal changes in a woman's body. Men cannot make that argument. They're not the ones creating a life in their body, producing breast milk, and literally having hormonal changes like that. Again, you just, I don't know. I don't know.
Now they gonna claim post-child support. Like, you know what I mean? Like I have no ability to provide or be a man and I lost
So I mean, it
it.
sounds silly because it's coming from Willie, but a
See?
lady in
See?
Florida, she claimed that she took her child's life because of COVID psychosis. So, man, people be coming up with some weird
Start
things, and
claiming
she actually
anything.
got off. She oh my God, she got off for claiming COVID psychosis. So, you know, I don't know anymore. But again, it was a woman that go through hormones of having a child, right? So at the same time, Venus is correct. It still had that hormonal child situation going with that situation as well. PZ ain't going. As a society, we underestimate how traumatic childbirth is and how much aftercare is required physically, emotionally, and
Mentally.
medically, mentally,
Mentally is
yeah,
probably what you're
physically,
saying.
emotionally, and mentally.
I
Mm.
agree, and I shout out to this person because um, if I ask most people, what do hormones do in the body? What are your hormones responsible for? Most people cannot answer that question, but they're going to argue and tell you that these
Ooh.
women's hormones have nothing to do with their behavior when they can't tell you themselves what hormones actually do or the different things they affect or which
Mm.
hormones affect what. So when we keep bringing it back to when you want to have this conversation with men, I've just honestly come to the understanding that most people are ignorant and they want to stay in their ignorance. So I wouldn't waste my time trying to make men understand things that they clearly don't want to understand because the information is out
Mm.
there for people who want it, right?
Mm.
So if there are things that there's data
So,
collected, there's history, there's professionals who research and study. We see it every day, Sharon. People get on the panel and argue against
Mm,
like professionals who dedicated years and years of research because their opinion says different. So I don't think you can
mm.
do much with that type of mind, to be honest. I think it's important for women to understand who you're laying down with and check that mind and see if
Mm.
he's the type of man who will understand. 'Cause that's all you really can do.
So, and I think the wording that you use, they don't want to understand, was very key. It is so many men out there that just don't care to understand, and that is one of the main issues. It's
Yeah.
too much preaching of men don't care. We don't care about your emotions. We don't care about your feelings. We don't care. And it translates to a lot of brothers that potentially could care, but they want to go along to get along, and then they try to make it seem like none of these emotions that women are going through because of the hormones that is changing in a body is not valid. That's a problem.
Mhm.
There's a severe lack of education in our community, and I'm not saying others don't have it.
Mm.
I'm just not familiar enough, but I know ours. There's a severe lack in education, right? Because that whole thought process I just went through, that would be the appropriate one. Okay, somebody's complaining about hormones affecting their behavior. Let me see if there's, like what Sway said, I want to know why 18 to 24. Where's the research? I want to look further, right? That's the appropriate way because we don't know what we don't know. But there's a curiosity there to like, let me look into this before I just dismiss the notion. But what we see is a lot of in our culture, and I'm saying both genders, men and women, I see are very quick to dismiss something just because they don't understand it. They never heard of it. You know, like Willie does. Well,
Mm.
I never, me. Like he's the epitome of everything with humans, right? That's how most of the community behaves. So when you're dealing with that, it's just very difficult to grow with people who have very limited ways of thinking and very lazy mentally. They don't want to go and just look into something or take the time to take themselves out of a situation and see if there's any validity to it. It's not
Right, but
about
the
what you
crazy
never
part
seen.
about it
It's
is,
about if
what does this
something
have to do
exists
with
or
me?
not. You were my example of the black people who just are ignorant and just everything is about what they never seen. So I would just use
Yeah, but
you.
wait, I never dismissed that argument that between 18 and 24, women are
Yeah, but
extremely
so the
susceptible
issue
to
is
this. I never,
so
hold on,
just like it's
Sharon,
happening.
please, hold on,
No, hold
Sharon,
on.
because you
You
threw
hold
smut
no,
on my name.
hold
All right,
on,
good, good.
because you having a premise that you're not understanding,
Who are you to say
and
that?
this is why her
You weren't.
premise
You were going the wrong
makes
way.
a is making sense. You're not understanding the premise, right? That you just taking it as, oh, I don't understand, and now you're gonna just make it strictly about you when the you being used as an example doesn't mean that it was about you,
I'm
and that's the
listening.
part that you are not
I'm
that's the part
There's
that
listening,
you're
but
not
I'm
different
trying to
recognizing.
get
Yes,
to the
definitions
we
point where
understand
I
that
don't
for
we
understand.
particular.
understand. So hold on. So we understand that she said your name and she used you as an example.
Right.
However, her overarching point was not actually about you. It was about the community, and people have the same kind of mindset to dismiss the information and go strictly into, but me, and my experience, I have an understanding. I did this and I witnessed this, and that's what she's actually talking about. It's not you per se. It's because it was just
It's
an
the mindset.
example of,
It was because he did it
yes,
recently.
not
It's
Like,
the
actually you.
mindset.
well,
Now,
I
here's
never did
why.
this.
And you just did it, and you
Uh,
just did it in real time too.
I said, can I jump in now? Of
No, because
course
it's
not.
not, as long as you're not talking about that, because it's not about you. You want to talk about the mindset of people not willing to do research, then yes. As long as you don't make it about yourself.
All right, so cool. I'm saying that this aspersion you've casted is totally goofy when the people you're talking about are acknowledging this syndrome, right? I don't want to make it about myself, but it's not like at any time I said I disagree with the fact that women in a certain age bracket may be more susceptible. I disagree that postpartum's a real thing. I never said that. So I want to be very clear, right? So what I'm saying is, where you want to go with it from there? Attaching it to this broad that doesn't fit these age brackets that make sense. crashing out on her kid when it looks like she came at it from a different place? You want to attach the argument to that? Or you want to have the real conversation? Yeah, but I understood
So,
everything that was being said. And I agreed with half of
Nah, you really
What was
didn't. Because you said
what
something
was the
three
real
minutes ago
conversation?
when I said everything's about Willie. There was a reason I said that, right? Well, because you have a way of making the conversation about you. So I didn't say you didn't understand the postpartum argument per se. I was making the broader point, which is that the mentality you have, which is, well, I never seen it, it doesn't exist, is representative of a lot of people in the black community. That was my point.
but you're wrong because that's not my mentality, right? While I haven't experienced any woman that has ever gone through any scary postpartum issues, I don't not recognize that it's real. So you're tweaking and you're not listening to my argument because what you're putting on me, the way you're painting me, nah, that ain't me. I recognize this shit is real, even though I've never dealt with it. So you gotta try again.
You're
Nah, that
still
ain't me.
missing the point. I never said you did not understand postpartum. I used your mentality, the way you understand things or lack thereof, and you constantly using yourself as a barometer on the existence of something to make my point about the mentality of the community. Okay? It wasn't that you didn't understand postpartum. It was like a common thing that you do, they do.
I mean, I hear you. I just have an issue with being associated with they because I'm not them. I'm not them on this side. I'm not them on that side. I am Wall Street Willie, Big Daddy Pimp Stick, Mr. Hustle Stack Money. I have my own independent mind, and in most cases, I'm fairly moderate with things because I'm willing to understand the other side of the argument that in most cases, most people aren't. So I'm just saying, don't throw smut
you're
on
right,
me.
but
Yeah, I wish that was true.
you haven't displayed that. Yeah, you just haven't displayed that. That sounds great, but you haven't displayed it
So what would have
as of
displayed
yet.
it? By recognizing that postpartum is a real thing? I recognize that.
No,
What would have
no, by understanding that when Venus mentioned you, that it wasn't about you
No, I
not
got
understanding
that. We moved
postpartum.
past
And,
that. We was just talking.
all right, but you just brought it right. So you say you pass it, but it's not about you understand postpartum. It's about your approach to topics.
No, but the
That's
reason
what
why
it's
it
about.
becomes about postpartum, she's making an
Thank you,
argument
Sharon.
about me
Thank
that's
you.
not true, right? That's why it becomes
No,
about, all
she's
right,
not.
let's look at this. What was my actual
You,
opinion on
are you?
this?
Yeah, but we're not
That's
talking
all I'm
about
saying.
your opinion on this exact
All right, then leave
subject.
my name out of it,
It's
man. I
about
ain't
your
them.
approach. It's about your approach to. It's about your approach to new information. Like right now, we're giving you new information that no, we understand your position on postpartum, and this is not about postpartum. But you are not willing to let the postpartum part go because that's how you win the argument. But we are not actually having a conversation about your understanding of postpartum.
So
It's
what else
about your
could
approach.
so
It's
what else
about
would
your approach.
qualify that
New.
aspersion?
It's about your approach to new information when it's given to you.
I
You
But
only look
understand.
at it
Sharon,
from a lens of
I'm asking
yeah.
you what would
this is an
qualify the
example right now. What were
aspersions
my
on
words
my name.
exactly? I said there's no point in trying to make people
You
understand
like that
things that they do
aspersions?
not wish to understand. And do you see why I said that, right?
That's an
No matter how many
aspersion.
clarifications we
Yeah,
make, he wants to stay exactly where he was. This is what I'm. He's representation of exactly what I'm talking about. There is no, you can't do anything with that kind of
yeah.
mind. It doesn't want to grow or expand. It wants to stay stagnant. So you have to let it.
Mm.
She might be right. I
And
think a
so
lot of minds are too expanded. That's why you be off in left field somewhere talking about something that's not reality. Now, I can agree. I'm a bit more contracted to reality, right? So I'm saying pick something else. I won't say what we've been talking about the entire stream, but when I'm painted in a certain light, I'm asking for an example of that. All I provided was an
I just
example
what
where I
what you're doing right
agreed.
now is the example. Right now,
Right.
what you're doing. That's
What
the example.
light were you
yeah,
painted in?
you doing it. Right.
in a light as if I couldn't understand. Everybody kept saying certain people can't
No, that's
understand.
not what.
So the only reason
That's
they're
what was
saying
said.
that, the only reason they're saying that is because you're missing the point right now. So they're saying since you're missing the point, you're
Yeah.
just not understanding.
Bro, I got the point is what I'm
Yeah.
telling you.
So what was the point?
The point was it's not about me.
No,
But then the point
that
becomes,
no, that
but
wasn't
then
the point.
hold on. That wasn't the point, Venus?
No,
Yeah, that was Venus's point. She
You
said
would
no.
you
it
like maybe Sway could
literally
explain.
word for
Maybe
word.
Sway
No,
could.
Willie,
Maybe
that
Sway.
was not the
Maybe Sway
point.
could.
You
Maybe
Yeah,
said
Sway
it's
maybe
could
not
Sway could
explain it
try
to
it
you.
because
all
me
right,
and
go ahead.
Sharon aren't
Me,
getting anywhere.
look,
But
look,
go
me
ahead,
and
Gabrielle.
Sway.
Venus.
Gabrielle.
Yeah, me and Venus failed to explain it to you. Maybe Sway could explain it to you.
Do I need to, or
Maybe you
is
want?
he good on it?
Yeah,
You really
yeah. You can
don't.
attempt to. Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm like I said. I mean, it wasn't about you. Like I said, you just using yourself as an example. Like right now, when you prioritize on making things about yourself rather than getting clarifying information and then accepting that, you will just run back to making stuff about yourself and being dismissive of new information because you haven't experienced it or you don't see it. And that is a bigger overarching issue in terms she was using you as an example to black communities. So that means but you display those traits regardless of this conversation or not. You take you everywhere. So even
Right.
if we weren't talking about postpartum, you'll find a way to make, I don't know, politics about yourself, anything, basketball about yourself, whatever it is. Your tendency is to make conversations about yourself and dismiss new information because you haven't experienced that.
Cool. So the dismissal of information part, I have to totally disagree with because again, in this conversation, I've agreed with most of the points y'all have made. Right? If you have a problem with me connecting myself and my people to conversations, I can respect that. I come from a mindset of if it don't affect me, what am I talking about it for? Right? So now to the aspersions, actually connecting me to certain groups and he thinks that, right? That I hope that can be accepted as new information to y'all. That's offensive to me. I'm not like none of them goofies that y'all are trying to line me up with. I'm having an honest conversation in which I've agreed on y'all with pretty much everything. No, I'm not that goofies. Y'all then become the goofies they talk about. No matter how respectful you try to come, no matter how earnest and reaching over the aisle, right? Like they don't care. And I do think there are people like that on both sides, and they display themselves. When they talk about me, look at them more, right? Unless you're gonna let me tell you how I feel. Just look at them for shooting at me, is all I'm saying. Look at their arguments. I, again, not to make it about the issue, but for the issue at hand, I totally respect postpartum. I don't think it's a joke. So to throw me in that conversation without that context, yeah, you try and play me. That's an aspersion. You like that
No,
aspersion?
like I said,
It's an aspersion.
she wasn't saying you
So
don't
just
know about
apologize,
postpartum or
brother.
you don't believe
No,
in
I'm talking
postpartum.
about you. I'm not talking about her no more. I'm talking about you.
I'm
To
not
put me
apologizing
in
to you for
certain,
anything. What are you talking about?
yeah,
I didn't put you in anything. I'm trying to
And
explain to you what's happening in real time because you aren't
yeah.
garnering
all right,
understanding.
pawn self. I might have been tweaking.
You are tweaking, and we've been
All
saying
right,
that.
pawn self, brother. Pawn self.
And it's okay. And it's okay. And it's a good thing to recognize. I'm glad Venus pointed out. And it is a I believe it's I don't want to lose the argument also mentality mixed into it. So and that's why we got to keep it on one position that we are not talking about because once we move it to the actual conversation and then you have to change your perspective and realize that we're not actually attacking you. It's just this is just an observation that a lot of people in our community they have the same kind of communicational style. It's not actually an attack. It's just an observation. That's all.
Yeah.
But Sharon, what you just said, I literally came up with a saying yesterday because I've been thinking about why I run into these kind of issues on panels. And I think I was talking to Sherelle, and I was like, I said, I think most people are concerned about being right, and I'm concerned about what's accurate. So one person in the conversation wants to know what's correct. And then one person, the other person in the conversation is always concerned with, I need to be right. So that's why it's always like we can't never really move too forward. And that goes
Mm.
back to the minds I was talking about. Like, there's one with an expansive mind. Like, what did I come up here saying? Damn, Sharon, you changed my mind. I might have to do more research about her. That's literally what I said. Meaning, I might be wrong, right? But
Right,
then when you're
right.
talking to people who can never acknowledge that they might be wrong, you're the conversation can't
Yeah.
go past them.
Yeah,
And I'm just
unfortunately,
I'm
you
just
Yeah.
noticing that happens a lot on here.
yeah, unfortunately you'll get
Mm.
on YouTube and people are arguing narratives. That's what I was saying earlier, the identity politics to where you're a red pill manosphere or whatever, and so now you have to argue against a narrative and subscribe to certain talking points, regardless of if you believe them or not, or you don't allow certain talking
Mm.
points with you could be having conversations with random people that don't know nothing about this, but since their belief system, their identity goes against the idea that postpartum exists, whenever they go to real people they'll take that with them. And so anytime a normal person just wants to have a conversation about it, they're so sitting there arguing a narrative and the person's confused as to why they're doing that because they're not used to being a
Mm.
public figure arguing a narrative.
Mm.
Like how we
But
could kind of spot
see,
it because
that's
we've been
the
doing
issue
this long
though,
enough. Most
right?
people won't be able to
Because a
spot it. They
lot
just
of pink
completely tune
pills
out.
try to
One second.
present
One
men
second, y'all.
who aren't red pill a
Hold
certain
on.
way. Yeah, it's a fact.
Conversation with MJ. Willie, shut your ass up. How did how did Sway statement fly right over your head like that? Learn how to accept information without being framed by your point of view.
Well said, MJ.
I don't
Yeah,
know. Maybe
without framing it
Willie
by
do
point of
have
view.
CTE. That's what Juicy was talking about. Willie got CTE. Maybe.
Ding,
Go
ding,
ahead, Venus.
ding. Let's go through it. What was the premise that went over my head?
I personally,
It's
I've done
okay.
this
I
enough
didn't
with
ask
enough
you, sis.
people to
Respectfully
know that
about
it's
Ghani.
kind of a
It's
waste
okay,
of
I'm
Willie.
time.
asking the primary source.
It's
She
okay,
provided a
Willie. It's
Which is
okay,
primary
me.
Willie.
source.
I was the
Willie, it's
primary source,
okay. It's
technically.
okay. Go ahead, Venus.
But yeah, anyway, we could take him out of it. My broader point was, if I'm the guy I'm with right now, if I get pregnant and I try to talk to him about postpartum, and he's just quick to tell me, "Oh, that's not real. Depression's not real." Then what do I kind of have to look forward to
Ooh.
if God forbid that
Mm.
happened? I already know I'm not gonna have any support from him because he doesn't
Mm.
even think what I'm addressing is real. And that's kind of how those things become real life
Mm.
problematic. Like, it's not just a talking point; it's an issue that if you're impregnating a woman, you might want to know about. Just might want to know.
Mm. That's a that's a scary thing. I'm pretty sure for a lot of women, right, at this moment, and they seeing these conversations, it got to be a scary moment for them. Just like for the men, also it's scary for them as well, right? So, and if we keep talking past the point and not recognizing what, like how Sway was able to recognize what they was actually communicating versus what they was using as a talking point, right? What they was using to have the conversation. They're not actually defending. Most women are not actually defending the young lady. They are actually defending postpartum and making it recognizable. And if a woman is dating a man and he's not recognizing postpartum, she gonna have to know that, hey, she is gonna be in this on my own. That's scary.
Once
And
again.
so that's scary. And then on the other side, if they with a woman and and she completely supports this whole situation and understanding that she is supporting somebody that took the life of her children, hey, also that's a problem as well. If she's, that's another issue as well. Let me welcome into the show. High value Tyrone. Good day.
Shout out, my brother, man. I appreciate you bringing me up on your platform. This is my first time calling in. I listen to you. I watch you on other panels, so I can say that even though I don't agree with you on a lot of things, I still think you're a fair person in how you assess things. And I see you got the I see you got the clown of the century up here that don't understand anything. Wall Street goofy up here. You know what I'm saying? And it's amazing that the same things that y'all are talking, trying to explain to him on right now, we tried to explain that to him, 1,000 times. You get what I'm saying? And he does the same thing. So I see that it wasn't us. It's a him thing. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like y'all having a conversation and he's 1 foot one to the idea.
Yeah,
Everything
you
goes
made it
over
a
his
him
head.
thing too,
So
though.
it's amazing. So I'm just here for the conversation and special about what I've been watching the trial. I've been following the trial and I
Okay.
see the agenda and I'm just here to bring clarity to the conversation the way that I can.
So Habaragani to you, brother, but you do
Okay, that's
realize
awesome.
you
Hold on,
made
Wall
me the
Street. Hold
conversation
on, Wall Street.
with every ounce
Hold
fiber of
on,
your
Wall
being.
Street. Hold on, Wall Street. Can you
All
hear
right,
me, please?
Habaragani,
Thank you.
Habaragani.
PZ ain't going. Yes, PZ ain't going. Lack of education puts your family at risk on a lot of things too, right? And education is not meaning school. He's just talking about education, period. So right, so let's make sure we understand. He ain't talking about school. He's just talking about educating yourself on all types of topics, like for example, the hormones that your woman is going through. So, high value Tyrone, what is your opinion on the women that are wearing the pink shirts in support of this woman?
Well, clearly the way that the world operates now, that women can come up with any type of agenda, what I'm saying, any type of cause, and they can fight for it, what I'm saying, and they can raise money, you get what I'm saying? Because the way that I see it, I'm from the gutter, right? I'm from the gutter, I'm from the street. So I see it just as a
That
hustle.
explains it.
It's just emotional guerrilla hustling, and with emotional attached to it, just layered, just layered and sprinkled in different sections. So you see a case like
Okay,
this.
so
Go ahead,
so
sir.
what is the agenda? Yeah, so I want to understand what you believe is the agenda that they are
No,
trying to push out there.
the agenda is that a woman's emotions, they're trying to take any god any 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 barriers off woman's emotions. So say for instance that if a woman go out and murk, 12 goats, they'll go out there and find a way to protest it based on their feelings. You get what I'm saying? So if a woman base anything on their feelings, they don't make it to society, and I blame men for this. I blame men for this 100%. If the woman base anything on her emotions, they allow it to happen. You get what I'm saying? So it's not a real point. It's just to show that women can, one thing I give women credit for is that they mobilize better than anything about anything. Men will sit up there and say, oh man, bro, that shit is stupid as fuck. I ain't gonna walk nowhere near that. But there's a group of women might say, hey, have you ever felt like murking your kids, what I'm saying, after you had a baby, when you was walking to the refrigerator, what I'm saying? You didn't feel that way 6 months ago about kids. So you feel this way about kids. It's just like how when some people, have a crime of passion and they say, well, you know what? Before my wife cheated on me or before I walked in and saw a strange man in my kid's room, you know what I'm saying? I would never think about killing nobody. So they see that her doing this should be considered not her, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? This is just like a way of, it's because of the present pregnancy, so it's not her fault. So they just trying to, it's almost like they're trying to add another notch on the female emotions logbook of another thing that they can do and get away with. You get what I'm saying? And they're gonna support it. They're
I
gonna find.
understood.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
If I may?
I understand what you're saying. Oh, yeah, sure, sure.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Do you know what an endocrinologist is? You know what they
No,
do?
no. Explain.
That's a hormone doctor. Do
Perfect.
you said no, right? You don't?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I'm saying I did explain it to me.
They are doctors who specialize in hormones.
For both females and guys.
Yes, just hormones in general. Yes. That's what an endocrinologist is, right?
Well, can I ask you a follow up after that?
Sure.
Who are they? What percentage of their clients, male or females?
I don't know, but based on top of my head, I think women just go to the doctor more. So I'm gonna say women.
So you think because just
Yeah.
because women? No. See, I get what you're saying. That's like saying,
I had one more question though before you
oh,
go,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
because you said you don't know what an endocrinologist is.
I do not.
My other question was, do you understand how hormones affect behavior?
I do.
How do hormones affect behavior?
Okay.
What I'm saying is that if you're emotional enough, this is how I understand emotion. I understand that if I have if I got two kids, if I tell one of my kids no, one kid will fall out on the ground and won't eat. You get what I'm saying? And then I can tell another child something, and that child say, well, okay, I'm gonna take this one on the chin, pause, and then, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna try to, see what I can do the next time. That's what I understand about it. It is most barbaric inception. That's how I understand
Respectfully,
emotion.
I didn't ask you like about hormones.
I consider hormones and emotion are the same thing.
Yeah, hormones do indicate some emotions. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So
saying.
so
And and I
so cause
and I
Hormones and
understand women
emotions.
so
have more.
What?
because you were
Sorry.
saying that you don't understand or didn't know that there were even hormone doctors. You can't tell me what hormones do in a woman's body or how they dictate one's behavior. Things like cortisol, adrenaline, dopamine, serotonin. You don't understand how these things affect people's behavior. But you're even without knowing any of those things, you're gonna just chalk everything up to women making excuses without having any of the understanding of what's going on in people's bodies that
What I'm
that medical professionals have done extensive research on, but you just feel like this is an excuse that people are just coming up with, and there's no actual science behind any of these arguments.
Yeah, it's a science why men in Afghanistan like to have relations with donkeys. You know what I'm saying? You can do a study on anything. What I'm saying is that it's a place for people that have some type of emotions that do something wild and crazy. Like, I'll tell you like this. You know how some people say it's nobody perfect but God or Jesus. You know how black people, to let go and won't he do it all that's in the colloquial terms that we all got them. What I'm saying is that it's certain things
Black
that I
people.
will not do. It's certain things I will not do, no matter how emotion is. Is no such thing as, oh, you never know, and never say that. I know for a fact. I know how I am, just the way that I operate. I don't care how emotional I am. It's just like me. I have never hit a woman in my life. But what I'm saying is I have thought about it. I'm talking about I have had conversations with
Yeah,
myself
I've never
on
done
how
that.
I would hit a woman, or
I've never done
what
that.
I would do, or how I would. All this stuff I have thought about. But what I'm saying is what I come up with in my brain and my actions are two different things. If you have any
So
type of
so
if you have
so
let me finish the
I'm
point.
sorry. I'm
If
sorry. Go
I
ahead.
have any type of emotional or any type of thing that's going on in my brain that makes me act on it, and it goes against the society rules and regulations, I'm not saying you can't do it.
What are
I'm
you
not
talking
saying there's
about?
a valid reason behind it. What I'm saying
What?
is
A
that
valid
the way
reason.
that the part of my brain that understand about consequences and repercussions, that will stop me. You know what I'm saying? I said, like, when my
No,
second
I got
wife.
I got your point. I just
Okay,
didn't.
that's what I was
You
saying. Go ahead.
did?
So Sharon, what did I tell you a few minutes ago? All I just heard was me, me, and this is exactly
Yeah.
my point about
That's why
you.
I was
If you're
offended. Don't
wait,
attach me
really,
to
can you
that.
stop? Can you
Thank you. I'm
stop?
sorry.
You are
Boy, you would
exactly the
never be attached to
same.
Don't
anything. You
attach
you
me
have
to
no
that.
type of logic.
Now you sound like a goofy,
You just a
bro.
slow talking Chuck D from Public Enemy,
Now
bro.
everything you said was dumb. Like you
Oh,
want to go
okay,
by it? You want
Okay,
to go
hold
okay.
on,
through it?
hold on, hold on, hold on,
Okay.
hold on, hold on,
Habaro
hold on, hold on.
Habaro
So Willie, for you, like you disrupted the conversation because you had to
Oh,
jump in.
man, I'm
You
on
made
mute.
it about you. You did it
Like
in
he
real
has no
time.
self awareness,
And
right? Even now, he had to make the moment
I
about
am
himself.
saying don't attach me to this goofy.
Oh
it's
my
okay. You
God.
don't have to.
You have
So
to be a star
It's
in
okay. It's
something.
okay.
Got to be a star in something. It's amazing. Hey,
so I just
Sean,
want
let
to
me tell
finish.
you
I
something.
want
He
to
was the
finish my
same
response.
way. Like everybody was saying that they even kicked him off the panel because he was doing this. The exact thing.
Yeah, he's
Exact
not one of
thing.
the most like self-centered people I probably ever experienced. I'm not gonna lie, he is another level. But
Yes,
respectfully
ma'am.
to
I'm
you,
listening to you.
Oh my goodness,
respectfully
this
to
is
you,
crazy. Hold on,
gentlemen.
let me read this. Let, let me read this real quick, Venus. You got it. American Tradesman, this is for being resilient, Sharon. Thank you so much, ATM. I actually appreciate that. Thank you so much. Go ahead, voice of Venus.
Yeah, respectfully, I don't know you, so it's nothing personal. But I'm just saying you are displaying the thing I was complaining about earlier when we're trying to introduce new information, right? I introduced you to what an endocrinologist is. You didn't
Yes,
know,
ma'am.
right? I mentioned hormones. You may not have been aware of, right? This was me giving you new information because I could hear that you didn't have it, and you kind of just went straight into me, I, and that's exactly what I was referring to earlier, where it's a problem where we can't grow and move forward because everybody's married to their own personal experiences, which is fine because you're the
Mm.
star of your own movie. But we do need to learn how to take ourselves out of things and look at them objectively. And that's a problem I'm finding when I'm talking to a lot of people in the black community. And you just kind of did the same thing.
No, the thing of it is that I didn't make it about me. I gave me as an example. But what I'm saying is that I understand what you're saying that about different people and how different people react to things. All I said was that it's fine if you want to do that. It's what I'm saying is the way society works because the only thing I didn't know is that the term you use. Everything else, I think you misrepresented what I said or about me answering the question. Everything that you said, I knew about. The only thing I didn't understand was what the terminology of what the label of what is called of the is the this that part. I just didn't know that. But I understand hormones and emotions and all that. You get what I'm saying? I understand all of that. But what I'm saying is that people in
So I got a
society
question
know.
for you, Tyrone. Before
Go ahead.
Tyrone, before we get either man there. So what makes you have a fight or flight reaction? Is that hormones or is that emotions?
Most of it is based on society. It's always society consequence and repercussions is first in my book.
He said, forget
So
your
fight or
question. He
flight,
ain't gonna answer. He ain't gonna answer your
right?
question.
Fight or flight, fight or flight is attached to hormones or is it attached to emotions?
Now that part I can't tell you which one is attached to once it happens. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
I can't tell you that. But what I'm saying is
Okay.
this. I can.
I'm
You asked me
hey,
about
listen. You know what? I would say this,
emotions or
Tyrone. Hey, Tyrone, no, before you move forward, that's a good answer. If you don't actually know, that is great. I think more people need to practice that situation way more often. Say, hey, you know what? I don't actually know. I gotta do my research. I can find out.
right.
Or if you do know, let me know. I think a lot more men need to follow that. It's okay for us to say, hey, I'm not versed on that on
True.
why or any that's beautiful. But just to give you the answer to it, it's hormones. Hormones is actually give you the fight or flight reaction. Hormones is with your experience on handling stress. So
Okay.
and hormones is different from emotions. So
Sure.
your hormones can affect your emotions, but not the other way around. So it's a very interesting. I'm enjoying this conversation because what I want to give Tyrone his kudos to that just now he's starting to adapt and he's accepting new information now as we move it forward. So that's a great thing. It shows a lot. So
Well,
I
you
really
know what? The,
appreciate
the
that
thing
you're
about me
starting
is
to.
that even though I think I'm 99% right on everything in life, my kids can attest to this. I can, if you hit me with like I can be going 343 miles an hour with my logic and terminology, right?
Them poor
If you
babies.
hit me with a fact, I stop on a dime and I will acknowledge it. That's the difference between me
That's
and most clowns. You get what I'm saying? That they'll keep on pushing their point. If you hit me with,
that's a nice, that's a nice
I
TikTok.
promise the white Jesus with his 6-pack and his long curly hair and his silk garment. That if you hit me with a fact, I would immediately stop and acknowledge it. I would
Sure
not
you
push the
is. I
goalpost down
knew
the
it.
street. I won't push it down behind Dollar General. I
Six
won't
pack
push it behind the
Jesus.
Walmart, and you won't see it behind the Kroger, sir. And you know what I'm saying? I pass the mic.
So that's
Might
Hold
why.
see
on,
you
I'm trying to
behind
But
Kroger.
understand.
before you go, Wall Street Willie, welcome into the show, E the Man Williams. Good day, E the Man Williams. What's your
Hey
How
thoughts?
you
E,
doing
how you
today,
doing,
brother?
brother?
How you doing, Wall Street? I'm trying to understand. It sounds like y'all trying to justify what this lady did. Maybe I came in at the wrong time with some hormones or versus
Mm,
emotions, saying that she should be justified
mm-hmm,
for taking the life of these innocent kids. If that's what we're doing, that's
mm-mm.
crazy. But no, I just think that it's consequences. I think we got to stop getting to the point when evil people do evil things that we try to justify why they did evil things.
I'm gonna say this, E. That's not where we're
Mm.
coming from.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, that's
I
this
don't.
is why I was trying to say earlier. You weren't here, but the problem is that one, arguing a narrative. The dude came in at first, and granted, he's not going to stand on like he was saying the goofies will, but you argue from a narrative that women use anything to dismiss their poor behavior, and these women are using postpartum depression to justify this woman murdering her kids. And granted, there are women that do that, right? There are women that are currently doing that. I just think when you actually, I said when you actually have a real conversation with real women about this, they aren't so I'm trying to stand on her murder her kids. More so,
Correct.
they're using this as an example to pivot to taking awareness in postpartum. Not they don't really care about this woman in totality. To be honest with you, they're just using this as an example. Which I told them because I've had this conversation with like 7 women in my real life, and I told them that's a poor example, and it'll skew men away to believe in you guys and to believe in a narrative because you're using this as an example. So if you're more likely to dismiss that there's no justification for killing the murdering the 3 kids, but then pivot to the conversation about how postpartum does affect women's hormones and certain life things can affect a woman to feeling depressed and having certain thoughts and being out of her normal self, and that having that conversation is fine. But like you were saying, that there are currently women that are having a conversation on a narrative thing that this woman is justified based on her going through postpartum. But most normal women, which Venus, any normal woman in your day-to-day life, they're not going to stand on her murder her 3 kids. Every example they're going to use is why men should take postpartum seriously, and we shouldn't use this woman as an example to dismiss postpartum as a whole.
Hey, E, you know them pink shirts is Democrats, don't you? That's why you crashed out.
I know that the pink shirts are
That
Democrats.
was a horrible time to put it. That was a horrible time to insert a joke. Go ahead,
I was
E the
dead
Man to
serious.
respond this way.
I'm
Yeah,
No, no,
serious
that's the
no,
about
funny
this shit.
thing.
no.
It wasn't a joke. He was serious. That's how
I
his
was
brain
dead
works.
serious.
He wasn't
Hold on,
joking.
Yeah, that's
no, no,
crazy.
no. So I do
That's
think
crazy.
postpartum is real, and I think that we need to talk about creating an environment for women to recover from it because it is a traumatic situation. I just
Mhm.
don't like when we try to use it as an excuse. And I think
Correct.
I think that was
Right.
a really good example of, hey, this is serious. We need to get these women help. We need to make sure that it's specialized counseling and therapy for this type of thing because they can't just go to any random therapist that can be equipped for these type things. So I do think it's an issue that we need to address, but she need to go to jail for life.
Now,
On
E,
that
that's a
three.
good. All right, so that kind of answers my
That's a
question
great.
because I was gonna
Let
say
me
for
pass it to you
those
right
that
after.
don't,
Let me read this real quick, Willie, because I know you don't pay attention to these type of things,
man,
but
go ahead and read it, man.
but PZ ain't going. And matter of fact, you can answer this question, hopefully honestly, to him without a joke. PZ ain't going. What is the pink shirt thing,
Right.
Willie?
So that
Would you like to answer?
my simple answer for that is the only part of this case that I actually care about. Like I don't care how
Okay,
her fate.
you're not answering the question.
Mm, mm, mm.
Hold on. The
Well,
pink
I
shirt,
am. I
the pink
promise
Identity
shirt,
you, I am.
the
politics.
pink shirt. Hold on. Well, you should start with answering it first, right?
Got you.
The
I'll
pink
start with
shirt
that.
thing is I got you. The pink shirt thing is the women are showing up 300 over 300 women showed up at court with pink shirts to to represent this lady and in support of this lady of her postpartum diagnosis, right? But the issue is, most people are also looking at as they are in support of a mother taking her children's life, and that's where the disconnect is. Because regular women, they understand that postpartum should be a conversation, and then we have also these, 300 women that is just all into excusing this situation because of
Behavior.
postpartum. That's where the issue is at.
Your
Right, but I
excuses for behavior.
but I think what he was trying to understand is who are they? These pink women, right? With these
Jesus
pink
Christ.
shirts. And he
Wow. It's like he's on.
That's
It's like he's
crazy.
on another planet. Like he's in the
Willie,
multiverse.
Willie, Willie,
Is
this
he
is what I
in the?
said about
Is he
being
in the
passive aggressive,
multiverse?
right? Just you tell us what you
I'm
think these
talking
pink
about the
women are and
question.
represent instead
I'm
of
talking
questioning me
about the
like who
question.
are these
Don't
women?
tell me nothing, sucker.
You tell us what you think these pink
I'm
women represent.
responding
To be
to
fair,
the
he
All right,
did
hold
tell
on.
us who
question.
he
I,
did.
I,
He told us when he
no,
responded to
no,
me
hold on, but
by
No,
no,
saying
because
that
hold
they're
on.
you've been
Democrats.
here for
Exactly.
10
Hold on,
minutes.
y'all. Hold on.
I'm just telling you what I heard when I was
Hold
here. I'm
on. So,
sorry.
hold on. But also, he tried to dismiss what I said too. At the same time, like he just was like, "No, that's not. It's what I was saying." That was the weird part about it.
What
But
I just
Dismissed.
let's
said.
give Wall Street
Dismissed.
Billy.
What
He
I
Hold
just
treated
on,
said.
y'all.
like you didn't even say
But hold
it.
on. Let him. Hold on, y'all. But hold on. But we gotta allow him to make the full mistake so we could address it. If we cut him off too soon, and then he's gonna start cutting us off too soon, and then we're not actually having a real conversation. So even though it sounds like he's going off base and he's going to be long-winded to get back around to, I guess, his original point. But allow him to please get his full thought out so we could just be fair. Go ahead, Wall Street Willie.
Baragani. So I don't know who these broads is.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Well, that was.
Mm, mm. Man, look, man. You know what? You know what it reminds me of, or
Hold on,
like
let me read.
a
Hold on, hold
retarded
on,
villain.
True. Let me read the cash app. It says, "Kick Willie." For
Bruh.
20 on a 20 ball. They
Oh
kick
yeah.
Willie on a 20 ball.
Yeah, yeah, you kick him like soccer.
That's
You kick him
crazy.
like FIFA. Hey, but you know what? What it reminds me of when he talks? It reminds me of like a slow villain. You know what I'm saying? They used to ride the short bus in school, like a villain that's super slow and monologuing. If you ask him a question like why are you here to take over the world? And then this slow villain started talking about bananas and potato chips. You know what I'm saying? How the proteins and the enzymes and the Kool-Aid, you know what I'm saying, brings you to the back of the mall that's closing down where the Goodwill is across the street got cheap clothes. You know what I'm saying? If you go to the Golden Corral after hours, you might have a bag with the yeast rolls that not been affected by the smell of the trash can. That's how it sounds to me, man. I'm just being honest. That's not even a joke. When he talks, that's what it sounds like to me.
I caught him good too. I ain't gonna lie, I caught him good.
Like
But either man, so
I don't like
it
when
seems like
Venus left. I wish we could have. I wish we could have went more on her point to where she was saying like how they're trying to, the point that she was trying. They're trying to start up a conversation, and the only thing I hope she's listening or she hear this on the playback. The only problem is starting a conversation about something that's new or coming up with a conversation profile about a certain thing is that the consequences and repercussion of society is still there. So if you have women out here just standing out there with a pink shirt, the pink shirt symbolizes a woman's vagina straight up. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it symbolizes to me. So if it's the same way when Trump was up there, they was all having the pea hats, the toto hats. I use the African term for vagina, the toto. They using the toto hat. So I just feel like when women go out there, they use pink for cancer and they use pink for vagina. You know what I'm saying? But the problem is just the same way as in the black community. Say for you, my brother Sean, you're intellectual, right? But the problem is that Your voice is not as strong as the 85% of black people that are ratchet, hood, booger, gutter monkey, uppity twerk monkeys from Southeast DC. Your voice is not gonna be overshadow those. And those people, you know what I'm saying, the husky hyenas, you know what I'm saying, the Stacey Abrams stunt doubles, you know what I'm saying, they're gonna get the most attention. So you know what the point of Miss Vinda was saying, I agree with her. The problem is that, and I agree with what you said about some people, and the other brother said, well, some women don't think like that. It doesn't matter if the majority is saying it's okay for me to, you know what I'm saying, to pull out some yaki from my hair and I'm gonna tie up my kids and take them out.
The funny part about it is you think you be right 99% of the time and you was 99% wrong in your whole dialogue here. Like this idea that the majority of the women think it's okay to do this when we got 300. This is the extremeness we do. We get 300 women out of all the women in the country to show up for this women. We're going to say the majority of the women are hyenas and they think in this way.
No, that's not what I said, brother. That's not what I said. I was talking about. I thought the premise was about. I thought the premise was about those women that are protesting. So that's why.
But let them.
Go ahead.
But Todd, let them finish it and then correct them.
Okay, my fault.
Finish it, then correct them.
So yes, that's the point that I'm saying is that this is such a small group of women. Yes, they might be loud because cameras are pointed towards them. I'm not gonna lie. You sound real loud when you're the only one with a microphone, right? So I get what you're saying, but this is such a small group of people who think that this is degeneracy. And I think this was Sway's point was that when you start having conversation in real life, most people think that this woman should be prosecuted at the full extent of the law. So why would we try to paint this picture, regardless if you feel like you're doing it, that the hyenas' voices are so loud that that everybody's voice is drowned it out when it's not true. And Sharon in real time is holding her still accountable.
The loud minority is always going to lead the narrative because they're the loud minority. They're going to be the
Exactly.
ones that get up and protest, but that will never be the representation of what most people think and believe on this case. So for me to make a generalized statement on women with no substantiation on that generalization because I'm using a niche group of women to justify that, I couldn't do that regardless of any situation. We're talking about black people, white people, any man, women, child, anybody, to use a minority group of people in a subset to justify the majority. That's kind of crazy. If I start talking to normal people, normal women, they don't justify her killing her 3 kids.
All right. Now let me clear up my point, because one thing I didn't say everybody. I don't know how y'all heard that. When I was saying that, I thought
we didn't say everybody.
No, you didn't. The other guy did. The other guy said that I said all women. The other guy said
okay.
It's okay. Let them get through it and then correct them after.
Hey, Sean, you can correct me at any time. Did he not say that I said that I generalize all women? Is that not what he said?
The generalized, yes, not all though.
Okay, now what I was talking about, and just the straight up, I was talking about the pink. I was talking about the women that's wearing the pink shirt. So I didn't think that when I got down to the voices of, I should have said the pink shirt. So let me add that in there too. The women out there with the pink shirts, they're the ones that's screaming this out. So of course, it's no such thing as all. It's just like if a woman say that black men ain't shit, she doesn't have to say not all to me, Sean. You get what I'm saying? Like she doesn't have to add that caveat. She don't have to add that in quotations, not all, because it would be stupid for saying all to anything. You get what I'm saying? Let you say that all people breathe and all people need water, something that just empirical fact. But what I'm saying is that the women that's in this thing, that the one that's coming up with these GoFundMe's, the one that's a protest, the one that's putting out these Instagram posts, the one that's leading this charge, they're the ones that's talking. So of course it's normal women. It's the same thing with the FBA movement. Do you get what I'm saying? Most people don't even know what FBA is. You know what I'm saying? My daughter is in college. My son is in college. And I asked them what FBA is. They have no idea. But if you go on the internet, Do you get what I'm saying? You would think that FBA, everybody in Black America know what FBA is. So what I'm saying is that is the way that it works in America is whoever the loudest and who can get their message out will run the race. The other people that might be 100% opposed to that, if they're not speaking up and they're not talking, you know what I'm saying? Then it's not being heard. The only people that's being heard is the people in front. So what I'm saying is, it's just like if you have 20 racists. This is the last analogy I use. It's just like if you have 20 racist white people, but you got 300 million white people that are not racist, but they ain't saying a word. You got to go out and have a conversation with them for them to say that they ain't racist. But the 20 people that are, they on microphones, they going on podcasts, they going in the media, you know, they recording it, they doing all this stuff. But the 300 million ain't saying nothing. So it doesn't, no. That point is mute because they're not opening their mouth. So the 20 racist white people are gonna get that. They're gonna get that acknowledgement, and they're gonna get that push in society as the speakers. Go ahead. I'll pass the mic.
I just metaphorically, what race are we trying to win? Because you said you're not going to win the race if you're not first. Before you ask the question, hold up, but go ahead, Sharon.
The first, let me just the racist statement. So the problem is those 20 people have a good amount of the 300 million supporting them with money, comments, like. Yes, so that's where it becomes that, you know, we could kind of see that it's more than just the 20. And it was another point, and I think I forgot it. I think it slipped my mind. I be
dropping them jewels so fast, man. I'm gonna slow down. Go ahead, brother.
So,
got you.
So try to understand. So basically, you said that we talk about these group of people, we see that they are degenerates, right? So I think we all in agreements that they are degenerate, right? And then it sounds like you're pointing out how you believe that they're degenerates, correct? Are you following me so far? I'm trying to figure out how do we get to the point that, because you did in your dialogue start talking about like the ratchet women, because believe it or not, have you seen the 300 women that's out there?
Yes.
And you think ratchet is a definition of describing them?
I mean, like ratchet can be described in different ways. I mean, like it's subjective, you know.
He answered that yes. He said yes. You would describe those women as ratchet based on his example. He just said yes, they are ratchet.
So why did it sound like, and I might have heard it incorrectly, why did it sound like you tried to do a black connotation in your response?
Yeah, you heard that all the way wrong. Because everything I was doing was an analogy or to add it up. So when I compared these white women is ratchet out there doing this stupid shit with makes no sense. It's the same way that I see when black women do ratchet shit or Mexican women do ratchet shit. It's the same thing. What I'm saying is that what gets the most. If you go online, we're just talking about what's put out in the social media ether. That shit get more attention. You get what I'm saying? It's just the same way. If you can get Sean reading a book on logic and perspective and on goodwill and loyalty, which we all need, the bedrocks of our foundation that are your family to help you succeed. Then if you get a chick from Southeast DC with 28-inch Peruvian wavy, natural silky, extra body, full wavy, dancing, shaking her ass in a Dollar General, and putting her.
But that's the lie. How long can I stop you?
No, bro. I didn't stop you when you was talking. I'll let you say whatever you want to say.
I get in and get out.
Bro, if I'm long-winded, if I'm long-winded, but damn, don't interrupt me when I'm making a point. You can interject, but let me make the point. What I'm saying is that would get more likes and views and shared than Sean reading a book on his perspective life. I didn't have but 6 more words, bro. That's what the funny part is.
That's the lie. See, See, and this is the lie. Sometimes we think our algorithm is the best algorithm. When we go look at the top streamers on YouTube, it's not ratchet people. When we look at Mr. Beast, when we start like, I'm telling y'all, this idea that we think that ratchet sells more. No, we watch as black people maybe ratchet more stuff, but they're not making the most money. They're not getting the most clicks. So we need to stop telling this lie that ratchet sells better than somebody reading like a John C. Maxwell. Like, I'm just telling you, if you really go look at the top 10 streamers, it's not ratchetness. It's not some woman shaking her butt. I think we prisoners of our own algorithm.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what I just said.
It have a
Nothing.
lot to do with what you said,
Now,
because you
let me
think
tell you why, brother. Instead of just saying I didn't say it, you didn't say it. Let me explain to you. Let me tell you the difference between what you just said. You can name the top 15 of those people. It ain't about those top people. What it's saying in that is who's the most that doing it. Who's putting out these videos? It's not that many Mr. Beasts out there. It's not that many. The other guy, the black guy, the education guy. What I'm saying is that if you woke up to any black person, you know what I'm saying? They know who Sexy Red is. You get what I'm saying? You'll have more black people that know who Sexy Red is than know who even though Mr. Beast is the most popular YouTuber on the internet. You can walk up to most people and they don't know, black people, they don't know who Mr. Beast is, but they know who Sexy Red is. That's the
that is
point.
crazy.
So
It's
what?
crazy that you think that.
What? Sean, do you think, because it's all about who you think. Do you think more black people know who Mr. Beats is or who Sexy Red is? Your own honest opinion, bro.
I think they would know more about Sexy Red.
Exactly. You get what I'm
Personality,
saying?
sexy
Now,
red.
let me give you another. Let me give you another point. Shade Room
But
got
so I
50.
think now I remember. So now that we're here in this podcast, now I remember. I wanted to talk about the FBA. How you say most people don't know the meaning behind FBA. The main reason why the main society don't know about the FBA conversation and tether is because most people are not having conversation beyond superficial level. Hey, how you doing? Did you see the Knicks win the Super Bowl?
Right.
You're like, what? The Knicks don't even play football. You know what I'm saying? So they don't actually have conversations. Most people don't deep dive about politics and religion with their actual friends and family.
Right.
That's why strangers often have deeper conversations, and on the internet we wind up having meaningful conversations because we're willing to go a little bit deeper because we don't actually, in the beginning, we don't care what the other person thinks of us, and then it turns into a relationship. So that's why a lot of people on the outside don't know about FBA or internet conversations, so to speak.
I agree with that 100%, but it still makes my point valid when I say that. And for that reason that you say is that if the conversation is only going online, that means that it's in a cell, it's in a splinter cell of those people that, just like you say, they don't care what other people think. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that I got two college kids, two different college, and I just asked them a question. I said, man, you just go out and ask. You know what I'm saying? And like none of them like ask all their friends, you know what I'm saying? Have you ever heard of FBA? They don't know it. But if I ask them who Sexy Red
But
is,
also, but also the FBA is a more grown conversation because majority of the young kids, they do not experience this whole FBA versus tether thing because it's kind of got breaded out as we got more integrated with more cultures, right?
I
So
agree.
that's why racism is like slowly. It's going to take another probably 50, but it's slowly not having as much power as it used to have. PZ ain't
It's
going.
just
Oh,
that
that's
Two things
perfect.
can be
it's just
true.
crazy that even
That
Sharon
super
believe
chat is perfect.
someone with 600 million subscribers have less black people that know about him than somebody who got 1 million subscribers, which is crazy to me.
Absolutely.
It's crazy that even,
Absolutely. And
let's say, even if 10% of his subscribers was black people, right? And I guess we just not gonna include the young generation, right? But we gonna just exclude the young generation. Y'all think that as most people today know Sexy Red are black people. Let me be specific. No sexy red. Then Mr. Beast is crazy. I think I done heard it all.
Yeah, well, you learn something new every
PZ
day,
ain't
bro.
going. Yeah, PZ ain't going. Two things can be true at once. She is guilty and the system failed. Yeah,
I agree with that.
The
that's a
system did not fail.
yeah.
No. The system did not fail. No,
Oh,
she failed to
you don't
herself.
think so?
Absolutely not.
Hold on.
Wow.
So the reason why we well the reason why I agree that the system failed. She self checked herself into a mental institution, and they let her. They kicked her out, saying that ain't nothing wrong with her, but put her on 12 medications. So absolutely, the system failed.
Maybe he didn't know that information, Sean.
Oh, so when you say the
Possible.
system, when you talking about the system, you talking about the mental institution system, not the justice system.
Correct.
Yeah.
Medical systems.
That was the miscon. I thought you mean the justice system, but you talking about that hospital system.
Okay.
That's totally different. I
Why
agree
would
with
you think about the justice system and her? She haven't been sentenced yet for you to even think that it was the justice system.
Well, no, because when you said the system, most people are thinking about the United States of
No,
America
see,
when they
and
talk
that's
about.
I see the way you think now. You think that when most people say the system, they talk about the justice system. That's that's far and in between. Most people they think about the system, they're thinking about the government, not the.
Well,
I never heard. You know what?
Hold on, stop.
Today I was just
You
born
said
to the
I
point
said
that.
you don't think the government and the justice system are parallel? Because that mental
No, the justice system is a part of the government. For the justice, the same way is the justice system is a part of the police officer. But what I'm saying is, you don't automatically think that when somebody says the system, they think about the justice system. Just because it had because it's not even named that it's the Justice Department. So I don't even understand how you could think that when she says system, she meant Justice Department.
So hold on. See, that's the problem of
PZ
your
ain't going. Before
argument.
you answer either, man. PZ ain't going. She should have been kept away from those damn babies.
Yep.
Absolutely 100%
Soon as
agree.
soon as
Go
she
ahead,
went in,
either
Think
man.
y'all are crazy if y'all
Hold
and
on,
believe
she
it was
was
this.
either man. It
honest
was
with
either
those
man go.
people at the mental
Hold on,
health. She was honest.
hold on. It was either man's go. Go ahead, either man.
So it's when we got hindsight 2020, and you can say you saw the crazy thing that she did. It's easy to say I should keep that person away from their kids. I'm not arguing that, but I am telling you when you're looking at a system, with you talking thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of kids regulated, I think it's harder than what we're trying to position, whether we should be taking kids from parents. And that's the thing that we got to really acknowledge. Yes, she was sick in the mind. Yes, she was in a situation that she did something that was unthinkable. But I still think that she is a rare situation that people are with kids who might have mental depression, might have all these things, who don't go to this extreme. Are we advocating that people have mental illnesses that we think that they should not parent kids? Because that's a whole nother conversation we need to have.
You know what I just realized is that I remember when you first came in and the first thing you said was that, are we saying that trying to justify it? And then that was off to me, because everything that I said, everything that everybody was saying, that hell no, she should be, everybody else was talking about consequences and repercussions, you know what I'm saying, and how she should go to jail. And then you came up and said that. So now when I hear you just said what you just said now, you know what I'm saying, and you're still thinking that somebody is saying that they justifying it, that like nobody is justifying it. You get what I'm saying? What I'm
No, we
saying is they're
passed
trying
that.
to
No,
justify.
hold on.
The pink
I'm
shirts are
past that.
justifying it.
Well, can I finish saying what I'm saying, bro? Because you said what you said
I
without
thought you took a long pause. I
interrupted,
apologize.
bruh. If you want to put a time clock on the way I talk and the way you talk, and some type of way you think if I talk louder that you can interrupt me, I don't understand that. I don't have those type of
But you
conversation.
said that
If
we
you
can
Man, shut your
interject.
what I'm
goofy ass
saying
up
is
and
that
just
if you
make your
talk for
point.
5 minutes, I ain't gonna say a word about it. I'm not gonna complain about it. You get what I'm saying?
None
So
of
if you
us
want to
should talk for
complain,
5 minutes.
if you want to complain about every time I talk, bro, just say you're gonna do that.
I
Don't
just
look for a reason
interjecting
to
because you
do it.
said we can't interject, and now you got a problem
Bro,
with
well,
people
what I'm saying is
interjecting.
that let make my point before you interject. That's how it works. You make the point and interject.
Well,
Not in
make the
full,
point.
not
Go ahead, man.
appreciate it. Thank you, sir. And I promise you, I'll let you talk for 2 years if you let me talk for 3
Yo,
minutes.
Sharon, I can't
But
believe I 100% agree with E. Like, I'm uncomfortable, but I'm going back on mute.
appreciate that,
Hold on,
Wall
let me
Street,
read.
Chuck D.
Let me
But hey, Sharon, this is the thing.
hold on, Ty.
It's nobody
Let me
that
read it
thinks
real quick, Ty.
read
Hold on,
that
Ty.
money,
Let me
man.
read the super chat real quick. PZA going, if someone goes to the system and says, I'm worried about harming my
Mm-hmm.
kids, they need to be put somewhere away from them and get help till they are better.
Now, let me put
Can't
this
argue
goes right along with what I was saying. When she went to that hospital, this is the thing. This is why the system failed and what the other super chat made so much sense. And drop drop another super chat too, because you're pushing the message. You know what I'm saying? And making people understand just the logic of the whole thing. So drop another one. The thing about it is that once she went to the mental institution, nobody made her go. She volunteered. So that means that when she went, she gave them all the information away. They didn't have to pull teeth to get.
No, that
They didn't.
doesn't mean that.
They didn't have. Oh my God, bro! Can you stop acting like your whole
You
ass mama,
sound dumb. You said something that was dumb. I'm going to be
bro? She
quick.
went. Maybe you don't even understand when she went
No,
because we
that doesn't mean
know the
she told them
information.
everything.
Wait, bro, please
That
start
was
acting
dumb.
like please
Go
start
ahead.
acting like the woman
Continue.
that raised you for a second, Wall Street. I mean, it ain't hard to do, bro. You can rebuke and whatever. You can rebuke me in the name of Jesus after I make my point.
But
I
she was
promise
more
you.
of a man than
Now,
your bitch
hey, can
ass
I finish,
anyway.
Ron, man? I'm not gonna disrespect your
Now,
platform
that
like
woman
that.
that raised me was more of a man than your bitch ass
Like,
anyway.
like
I'm
I ain't
simply
gonna argue with
saying
him
that
on your
was wrong.
platform like that,
That was
bro. You know what
dumb.
I'm saying? So I'll let him talk, then I'll go. Go ahead.
Thank you. If someone's going to claim you can't pick a topic to get placed in a mental institution, they don't understand. They probably don't have an HMO, right? She could have went in there for anything. That doesn't mean that she told those doctors, I'm thinking about sending them kids to Jesus, right? Doesn't mean that. So you sound dumb when you're saying that, oh, if you go into the hospital, you tell the doctors everything. That's where I was trying to stop your goofy ass. I wish I could have stopped you about 20 minutes ago. But go ahead, be goofy some more. Go ahead.
And that
All
was the
right, shout
point
out to
before he
Titan
goes.
Wise.
Go ahead.
The
Yeah,
point is
get
that the
and read
point is
it.
they got
Hold on,
transcripts.
Tyrone.
Go ahead,
Hold
go
on,
ahead, go ahead.
Tyrone. Tyrone. Yeah, go ahead, read it, eat a man, and then go ahead with what you got to say, E.
It says, did not make it will. It says, did not make it will. IKKYK. Right? I don't know what that
If you know,
You know,
you
you
IYKYK
know.
know. That's
means.
my big bro. If you know, you know. I
I
got you,
so
Shadow.
so so the whole point is that's the point. So let me ask Tyrone a question. Have you read the transcripts of the hospital?
No, they read them out in court. If you've been watching, and see, this is what I knew that you didn't know the information. You see, I've
Hold
been
on.
watching, bro. Can I finish? They read them and they read everything when she went into court. That's why what y'all saying doesn't make any sense. It's just like saying you don't. It's almost like if you don't like somebody, you're just going against them because you don't like them. You get what I'm saying? I'm not saying that about you at all. But what I'm saying is, I'm telling you that I was in. That's what it made sense about when Sharon said that she showed up. They read what she went in there and said. And anybody, if it would have been a black person or any other people, they would have been like, okay, we got to do something about this place. Even in the care of mental health, when white people go in there, especially white women, they'll give them a pass and say, hey, we'll give you a doctor, we'll give you some pills. You get what I'm saying? They don't, it's almost like this, Sharon. With white people, they have to show people, go the extra mile to show people that they're crazy. With black people, we're crazy first, and we got to prove to them that we're not. You get what I'm saying? So when she went in there, she told them that the things that she told them, the things that those doctors read in court that she told them, it should have been immediate defect step into, Sharon. You get what I'm saying? Immediate. You know what I'm saying? She should have not went ahead, got some more pills that would taint her mind, you know what I'm saying? Make her slow down so she wouldn't think that when she already told these folks she think that. And if y'all was listening, I'm not gonna say, you know, you should listen to it, you know what I'm saying? But if you listen to what the doctor said, she told them straight up. So what Wall Street Willie goofy ass is saying that, you know, who knows what she said and whatever, if you would have watched it, she already said it. So that makes what you saying is, it don't make what you saying is dumb, Wall Street. It just makes you ignorant because you don't know. And that ain't even a dig at you. That's just logic. You just don't know. And I pass the mic.
Yeah, I don't know because I don't care. Right?
If you don't know
The
and you
one
don't care,
shut your
why would
bitch
you
ass
speak on
up, you
something
passed
that
the
you
mic,
don't
right?
know?
I
If
thought you was
somebody else is
done.
giving facts,
You
if
passed the
somebody else
mic.
giving facts and
Did
you
you
don't
pass
know
the mic
those
or no?
facts, why would you push against
Did your
facts
bitch ass
and you
pass
don't
the
know? Why would
mic
you
or
give your
no?
opinion to facts? Am,
Shut
am,
your
am,
hoe
am I
ass
in
up.
another multiverse or something? If
My
somebody is
bad. My
giving
bad.
facts, if somebody's saying they saw something,
I'm
they
crashing
heard
out in the
something,
house,
they
Sharon.
read
You get in
something, if
trouble.
somebody come up here and give their opinion on something that you
I
saw
got in
read,
trouble on
and you
live
sit up there and,
TV. That was
and you
bad.
sit, you start giving your own opinion to facts, not my opinion, facts. You're giving your opinion to facts, bro. Are you for real?
But
You know,
Tyrone, don't you
Goofy.
know? Hold on. You did exactly what
Listen,
you've been asking us not to do for the last 20 minutes. You said, let us get our full thought out so you can respond to it. But now you disagree with his full thought. You've been the hypocrite that you
No,
said that you're
bro.
not.
Bro, if
That
you
is
don't, hey, bro,
exactly
if you
what.
don't like me,
Sharon,
hey,
tell me
bro,
that
if you
that's
don't
not what
like me,
happened,
just say
Sharon.
it, bro.
Sharon, hold on.
If you
Sharon,
don't
tell me
like me,
that's
just
not
say
what
it, bro.
happened. Sharon, is that not what just happened, Sharon?
He did cut Willie off with two words, and he did cut
Go
Willie
ahead,
off.
Willie. Get it out, and then you can
yeah.
respond. I thought that's the rules. Do we all got
No,
to follow the
Mm,
rules, Tyrone,
yeah,
or do
yeah.
we just got to follow the rules, Tyrone?
See,
That's all I
man,
want to know.
I don't get that, respect because they know I'm a cooker, right? So I'm telling him as a I don't know what you are, right? I could care less about this broad. I'm not that concerned because why? Because it's not gonna affect my sisters in the same way, right? So going back to my original argument, the only thing that I care about in this case, because they could put her in the toilet, they could let her go home and roll around, because Stephen Hawking now, right? She's not a threat to kids anymore, right? That's why that doesn't have to bother me. But I'm saying what I care about is this group and how they're not there for my sisters. I think if anything needs to be talked about, it needs to be that. Because I could probably really easily Google for you, right? A
Hold on
hundred
one second,
cases.
Wall Street. Shadow, are you talking? Are you talking about something that we had a conversation about, Shadow, or is something else? Go ahead, Willie.
I could probably Google you 100 cases where when it was a black woman, nobody cared, right? A lot of those cases were probably way more legitimate than this one when I'm looking at a case in its closing arguments, right? So everything's on the table. Yeah, pack her up. Right? The only reason I don't stand on pack her up is again, she's Stephen Hawking. So she's not really a threat. So I could fall back from that side, but yeah, listen, I'm not out here marching for her and protesting for her. So for me, the thing that I noticed was this weird group. The conversation was about that group. Everything you said about black women trying to shoot at black women, you sounded goofy.
hmm?
I'll even say that having asked Venus the questions that I asked her because I wanted her black female opinion. But that shit you talking about, you sound stupid.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just getting
So
right to it because I know I ain't got much
it's
time.
amazing. I mean, you
I'm
just
here
had
for a
three
good
conver-
time,
you
not a
just had
long.
6 conversations in one, and you think I sound stupid when you
You've
can't
been
stand you
talking for
can't you
40
can't stand
minutes,
on
brother.
you can't stand on the lane,
I
bro.
had
Hey,
to
hey,
answer
Willie, if you
everything
think
you
I'm
said
taking
very
some of your
quickly
shine, just say
because
that,
you're
man.
cutting me off now.
I'll let you keep cooking.
Because you're
Go ahead
cutting
and
me
cook
off
your
now.
go ahead and cook. Willie, I thought
Yeah,
you was
Yeah,
through
you
that's
sound
talking,
crazy.
bro.
dumb.
But
I'm not.
go ahead, Willie.
All
Go
right,
ahead,
so
continue to
cool.
cook.
I appreciate it. So I'm not even interested in cooking you. That means nothing to me. You're a goofy to me, right? Like, I don't even honestly know who you are, sir, but you know my name very well. But I'm talking about the other conversation of see. There are
Oh my
some black
God.
men that are approaching it with a different mindset, but we have no voice. Why? Because y'all want to listen to this goofball ass nigga. Again, nobody is saying that postpartum isn't a real thing, right? That's never been the argument. I'm saying I'm not necessarily willing to let it fly for this white woman. Now, where I start is I could care less what happened to this white woman because she's a white woman, right? Rest in peace to the kids. I care about all kids, regardless of the color, right? But once you get grown, you pack her up, throw her away. I'm not arguing for her either way. But to make this something more than it is and to try to apply black women who don't even have a voice in this particular case yet. I haven't heard a black woman address it. So all that goofy shit you was talking, go through it again about how the
Huh?
black women and this and the black women's is that. Go ahead, do that again.
Didn't you try to bring in a black woman earlier with Venus, and
I
that
asked
was
a
the whole point of
question.
contention?
I got
I'm
you.
so
I got
confused,
you. I got,
man.
and
This
this
shit
is what
is
I hold
wild.
on, hold on. I wanted to respond to
The
you
pot calling the
earlier
kettle
about that.
black.
Hold on. I wanted to respond to you earlier about that, right? Because I was asking their opinion, right? Like when Sharon said they don't rock with it, we not this. Yeah, that's what y'all all should be saying. Bet. That's how I am on immigration now. Mind my business, right? This ain't got nothing to do with me. This ain't gonna benefit me. So I was simply asking a question. Now to say black women think this and that and that, I ain't say none of that, fam. And this was my problem when she tried to link me to a goofy nigga like we've been listening to for the last 20 minutes.
Oh my
Don't
God. Can
link
you
me
start
to these
repeating
goofies.
yourself, bro?
It is an aspersion if you link me to these goofies. I'm not making they arguments. Habaragani.
First of all,
I
who linked
finally
you
got to
to
get it out, Sharon.
anybody?
I appreciate you, God. Hey, Sharon, I appreciate you, God. Peace to the gods, man.
Girl, you don't need to skip medication day. You know what I'm saying? Especially
Hey,
not on
you keep
Thursdays,
talking about
man.
me. I don't know you, fam. Talk about
No.
the topic.
Like, listen. This is what I
Yeah.
was saying. What we was talking about
Let
was
me
the
cook you, Sharon.
transcripts and
Chill. I
what was
got it.
said in court and what the lady said to when she went to the when she went to the psych ward. That's what I thought the conversation was. You get what I'm saying? Now maybe I'm
So why'd
wrong,
you put black
but
women in it?
bro, see, you just said 8 minutes of gumbo.
I'm
You
asking
know
you
what I'm saying?
why'd you add
Babble.
black women. Go.
Bro, don't ask me. Like you said, you don't know me. Don't ask me no questions.
I
So
know you. I know
you
you
do,
goofies. I know you goofies.
you do.
You
So
fit
you
in
do
that
know me.
box they tried to put me in. That's why it was so unbelievably important to me for me to say, oh no, I'm not in that box. I
Who put you? Who
respect
put you?
certain things. I
Who put you in
respect
that
how a
box?
woman's I respect modern medicine. I respect certain things. So I'm gonna argue it from a different plane, but I'm not arguing that goofy shit you talking
Who,
about.
who put you in that box?
No, I put you in a box,
Oh,
goofy.
all right, got you.
You're
All right,
dead.
so
You're dead.
what I'm saying is like if you
Boxing
listen to
man for dead.
if you listen to the trial, they where everything they said they should have stepped in right then and there. You get what I'm saying? So when you catch somebody that I'm speaking on what was said in court because I've been watching it, and then if somebody said, "Well, I don't care what was said in court," then why would you even make an opinion about what you think that was said?
All
If
right,
you
so
didn't
cool. You
watch it and you don't,
displayed.
if you didn't watch it and you don't care, it ain't got nothing to do with your sisters or nothing, then why would you even try to go against something that I'm saying is a fact? If you don't like it, just say it. But say it with your
All right, so
chest.
cool. So you displayed an extraordinary grasp of the obvious in saying that someone should have caught this so those kids would be alive. Congratulations. Extraordinary grasp of the obvious, right? But I'm saying I don't care because of how.
All right, y'all. Um, SBG members out here, make sure y'all have some good energy and some good thoughts for one of our SBG peoples. And I'll speak to y'all later. Just keep y'all good spirits up, keep y'all good thoughts up, and one of our SBG members definitely need your good and productive energy. Salute to y'all. We'll see y'all later.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me